Good afternoon and welcome to the Standing Committee's meeting for Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025. All meetings will be live streamed on the city's website, and I want to remind those who are joining us at the table to please do not turn your microphones off. Our first order of business is roll call. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Mr. Charland.
Here.
Mr. Coghill. Ms. Gross.
Here.
Mr. Lavelle.
Here.
Mr. Mosley.
Here.
Mrs. Cale Smith. Mrs. Warwick. Mr. Wilson. Mrs. Strasburger, Chair.
Here.
5 members present.
Thank you. Our next order of business is public comment. I would like to remind all speakers that this is about matters of concern or official action that will be taken by council. We'll ask you to please list your name and neighborhood for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. And I just want to say for a moment that we know that many people are here to speak to one particular bill today, the training facility in Leamington Belmar. We are planning on holding that bill for 2 weeks, so please be aware of that. You are welcome to speak today. We encourage you to speak. We don't want to discourage anyone, but wanted all speakers to be aware of that. So no official action is actually being taken on that bill. But we welcome your comments, and we will proceed with those who have registered to speak. Then those who have not registered to speak will be welcome to speak. So our first registered speaker is Fawn Walker Montgomery.
So I'm here today to speak about Cop City, and I'm going to talk about imagination, reality, choices, and consequences. So imagine living, and it's real wild that you ain't looking at me, but whatever, go off. Imagine living in a community where reports come out that it is one of the horriblest places for black people to live, especially black women. Imagine living in a community where homelessness is declared a public health crisis. Imagine living in a community that has deemed this area a housing crisis. For black people, this is our reality. And I'm not telling y'all nothing that y'all don't already know. This leads to why the hell would y'all make the choices that you have made? Starting with hiring HDR. This is a company that has been accused of wiretapping and surveilling their residents. Are y'all hearing that? Wiretapping and surveilling residents. People have testified that is what happened when the company that you all hired came into their community. Initially, this whole thing started in 2021, y'all. This is 2025. And I said this last time, why were we not told in 2021? The deed, as y'all tell us, says that it has to be used for law enforcement, yada, yada, yada. It also says land. And it also says there should be 3 public forums. Where have the public forums been? Where are the 3 public forums that were supposed to happen, that are supposedly in that deed? Because y'all keep saying we gotta follow the deed, but you ain't following it, because where are the public forums? They have not taken place, they have not occurred. So the consequences of your lack of giving a damn have led to all these people coming to the meetings, and we will continue to come to these meetings. I really need y'all to justify how you can justify spending over $2 million, but we have a housing crisis, but we just had people here 2 months ago or so on y'all's back about cutting Stop the Violence funds. Really make it make sense. How can you sit up here and tell us we're going to build a police training facility, which is Cop City, for over $2 million, but in fact, people were here just yelling at y'all for cutting funds because you claim you didn't have no money? Please make that make sense to me. I'm asking y'all some serious stuff. Please make that make sense to me. How does that make any sense? Where do you get the money from? Does it come from the air? Make that make sense. and do what you are supposed to do as elected officials. And also, no vote should happen without a public forum. So now we're talking
Thank
about
you.
2 weeks.
Thank you very much.
No vote should happen without a public forum.
Next speaker, please. Next speaker is Regina Henley.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Regina Hendley. I'm speaking to oppose the planned public safety facility, or COP City, at the old VA hospital. First and foremost, I oppose any training facility for cops. Spending even $1.8 million to plan for this is an insult to Pittsburghers everywhere who don't see any material difference in investing in cops in this city. As someone who's seen police brutality firsthand, I can't see my tax dollars used to train an already increasingly militarized police presence in Pittsburgh. This land was originally recommended for housing, and the public safety need that I see on the daily is housing in Pittsburgh. Pittsburghers in every neighborhood talk about needing housing. Even if this isn't the land for it, it's insulting to eat up our tax dollars on this project without any increase in housing. Every day I talk to families who are living in our communities with mold, with sewage leaks, without heat, without electricity. It is disgusting to think about investing in a facility for cops when we have people living in our public housing, tax dollars that I am spending going to these people's housing in deplorable conditions. If this project is supposed to be about public safety, and it's supposed to be about making Pittsburghers safer, it should go to improve our existing public housing and to building new units. This would have an actual tangible difference on Pittsburghers' lives and safety on the daily. I also want to voice my concern about the proposed architect firm, Henningsen, Durham and Richardson, HDR. What was brought up at the last city council meeting about them was extremely worrying. I am angry that we are being given no say in allowing a firm that will be surveilling citizens to take our money for this. Even if this is the only thing that you guys hear today, going with a different firm, I think, should be an absolute no-stop thing. I'm uncomfortable with my tax dollars going to this firm. If the goal for this facility is truly for public safety, an EMS facility cutting out cops would be, I think, the most middle-of-the-line thing. I would be fine with that. Those are the first responders that actually make me feel safe on Pittsburgh streets. I think a facility training them that gave back to the community with public access to any facilities like pools or shooting ranges would be better use of this budget than building a cop city, building a cop training facility. I guess 2 weeks later, we'll talk about this again, but thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Harvey Holtz.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Harvey Holtz. My talk will briefly make the following points. Modern policing continues to reflect its historical origins. Justice is anything but blind, and certain mass murders are celebrated. In the North, a major task for early police forces was to quell labor unrest by breaking up strikes. Does that sound familiar from now? And did you wonder why owners engaged in a lockout never get arrested? Just asking. Southern policing began with slave patrols. They would capture runaway slaves, prevent and suppress slave revolts, enforce restrictions on slave movement, break up unauthorized assemblies, and inflict punishment. If you replace the word slave with black, you have modern policing. Since the 13th Amendment allowed slavery for prisoners, the search for black escaped prisoners continues to be the capture of runaway slaves. So the modern police force of both North and South continued to engage in racialized and class-based policing. The proposed cop city is not really about crime. It is concerned with street crime and working class suppression. Street crime is not solved by increasing training or forces, but by providing jobs, a living wage, a social safety net, and funding community development. But so many fewer funds and manpower are dedicated to wage theft, what employers do to workers. These are well-off criminals, employers who steal many times more than street crimes. Unlike street crimes, these crimes are not motivated by survival, but by the insatiable predators motivated by greed, malevolence, and corruption. City council should propose to use funds dedicated to Cop City to fund the DA's office to prosecute wage crime. Now let's talk about murder. In Pennsylvania, third-degree murder is defined as conscious disregard for human life. There's a wickedness of disposition and a hardness of heart. The murderer didn't intend to kill, but his actions were so dangerous and apathetic to the value of human life that death resulted. And most of these murders are mass murders. In a society in which crime is not class-based, Brian Thompson of United Healthcare could have been arrested with a non-lethal sentence so he would not have to have been executed. City council should ask the DA to open an investigation into the former UPM CEO, Jeffrey Rama. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chaco Iwaza. I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
Hi, I'm Chaco. I'm a student at CMU. On 9/11, my mother was saved by first responders, and I owe my life to first responders. And I'm not naive. I see that first responders are necessary. But if we acknowledge that first responders save lives, we should also acknowledge that police officers murder, assault, and brutalize innocent black people in our neighborhood. Antoine Rose Jr. was 17 years old when he was murdered by a Pittsburgh police officer in 2018. Jim Rogers was tased 10 times during a 2021 arrest in Bloomfield, which is my neighborhood. The police officer who murdered him was reinstated with full back pay. On July 15th, Pittsburgh police officers in riot gear pepper sprayed 24 peaceful protesters, including several friends of mine. These instances of police brutality will increase if this resolution is passed. I am in opposition of a new training facility because this is not what public safety looks like. The creation of this facility will continue cycles of violence in this community and increase public distrust in the police, especially in communities of color. This facility doesn't address the root causes of crime, which include poverty, lack of housing, family instability, social inequality, and especially mental health issues. The vast majority of patrol police, over 90% according to a Seattle study, addresses people in mental health crises every month. There are several examples across the country of effective, unarmed, health-focused emergency dispatch programs that do not criminalize those who suffer psychological challenges or unhoused. What if we spent $1.8 billion, $80 million, for community restorative justice practices and targeted counseling initiatives, affordable housing, shelters, mental health resources, education? Crime is reduced when we improve conditions for our children in our community. The offender tomorrow is the vulnerable child of today. Lastly, I want to state that under the eyes of this federal government, I do not exist as a trans person. In order to protect the most vulnerable community members in the next 3 years, laws will be broken. Legality does not indicate what is morally right. Law is politics by other means. Do not let law enforcement be used to perpetuate white supremacy. And if you move forward with this resolution, I propose no police at the facility, only EMS and firefighters. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Ronald Lynn Miller.
Dr. Ronald Lynn Miller. Bloomfield, and Roma Italia, Repubblica Italiana Costituzione, Article 21, Libertà di espressione, freedom of speech. I'm a candidate for mayor 2025 and President of the United States 2028, representing the Global Intelligence Society, which I founded in 2010 as a nexus connecting institutions and individuals committed to the use of maximum optimal information and intelligence to create policy and law. A concern of council has to do with allies, cities, sister cities, which I think is a sexist term. I think that Roma should be a Pittsburgh ally. This is consistent with my 2025 and 2028 Initiative 6, which focuses on the importance of creating city allies. City and country alliances. I think we're in a situation that is reflective of the situation in the film Città Aperta, Rome, Open City, Magnani Rossellini, 1945 production. A concern of this council is decorum. Decorum in the rules of Council, City of Pittsburgh, Part 3 meetings, Section 4, public attendance, subsection C, public comment. 3, quote, members of the public are responsible to deliver their comments in such a manner as to not breach the order and decorum of City Council, and breaches include profanity. 4, the chair is charged with maintaining order and decorum during public comment. I think that Mr. Lavelle is underperforming on this charge. Maybe take a note from Roma Italia. They have a Polizia Decoro to enforce public legislazione di decoro. The Pittsburgh Rules of Council nowhere defines decorum. Okay, so if decorum does mean starting meetings at the published scheduled time, the Pittsburgh City Council has been in continuous breach of decorum. I have been here since 2010, that's 15 years, more than 600 meetings, and never has this council started its meeting on time. There are 90,000 localities across the United States that have council meetings. The bottom of the barrel is the City of Pittsburgh Council. They never start their meetings on time, including today. At 10 o'clock, no. Mr. Wilson came in at 10:20. Ms. Gross at 10:25. I don't care. A person who did care was Corey O'Connor. He always was here early, and he complained when you didn't start meetings on time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Matt Nemeth.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Nemeth, and I am a resident of Squirrel Hill. Today, I am urging Council to not approve Resolution 2025-1967. Henningsen, Durham, and Richardson has a publicly known history of illegal surveillance of citizens and was sued only a few years ago for such behavior. Our tax money should not be going to a company implicated in serious criminal activity. The city should not be spending nearly $2 million on a consultation for an $80 million cop training facility. We currently have inoperable water fountains and almost no public restrooms. We have residents in need of housing and health care services. This city is failing to meet the most basic needs of its residents, needs that are often enshrined as human rights in other developed countries. Please vote no on Resolution 2025-1967. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is J. Ting Walker.
Hi, my name is J. Ting Walker. I'm a resident of Squirrel Hill. I'm the chair of the Green Party of Allegheny County. I'm here to ask City Council to say no to the contract with HDR for the Public Safety Training Center. This almost $2 million that would go to problematic consultant HDR would be much better spent elsewhere. We're seeing all around the country right now governance based on the idea that the solution to housing issues and poverty generally is to increase police funding, and we're seeing how that's panning out. More police are not a solution to the actual problems that our communities face. Much of the rationale for taking action right now is because we don't want the property to be returned to the federal government. It's better to build nothing than to build the proposed project. The reasons to try to build the facility, at least according to the journalist coverage, are very speculative. It doesn't make sense to throw good money after bad money. The Pittsburgh City paper stated, and I quote, Gross and Pittsburgh Deputy Mayor Jake Pollack expressed concern about handing the facility back over to U.S. President Donald Trump's administration. They've both said in council meetings that Trump's administration could potentially renovate the hospital into an ICE facility. This is very clearly speculation, with the intent being to convince people that we need to build some sort of facility at this site. Other journalistic coverage have quoted police sources saying something along the lines of, maybe we could use the facility for this, maybe we could use it for that. It's very clear that there's no real need for the facility. The Green Party of Allegheny County has previously voted to oppose militarizing the police and to oppose increases to police funding. This proposed facility stands in conflict with both of these stances. As a result, our party, in coordination with our allies, will oppose the facility every step of the way. The proposal to create a plan and the facility itself are both wastes of money. The reasons being given for why we need to do this are very weak. Policing is not a solution to the housing, transportation, and poverty issues that our city faces. Please reject HDR's bid.
Thank you. Our next speaker is June Weirden. I do not see them present. We will move on and come back. Our next speaker is Seth Davis.
Hello, I'm Seth Davis. I'm here to speak in opposition of item number 2025-1967, previously referred to as Cop City. Also, David Williamson had to leave because of the delay. He also opposes the motion. In 2 weeks, you should all vote no on 2025-1967. Today, I'm going to talk about my concerns with the item. Firstly, its cost. Secondly, its use for training the police, for which there's no need. And thirdly, its inevitable public backlash that it will cause. Firstly, the cost. The item proposes adding $1.8 million into the city budget for the mere planning of a sprawling $168 million quote-unquote public safety training campus. The actual cost of the campus, the most conservative estimates put it at $90 million, easily over $100 million. This comes when the city of Pittsburgh is strapped for cash in many other ways, financial crisis. I live in Squirrel Hill. My bus system was utterly gutted. Other neighborhoods were hit harder. Other speakers have spoken about how there's the housing crisis in Pittsburgh, as well as a gamut of other public issues. Secondly, what this money is going to be spent on. It's going to be used to train the police. The current documents make clear that it's going to include, one, a canine training facility, and two, a shooting range, as well as a wide variety of other multi-purpose training facilities that could be used to train militarized police forces. This item has been the subject of 1.5 hours of comment by the city council, and not one of you have given a good reason why cop training needs to be a priority of the city of Pittsburgh. The last time this was discussed on July 16th, the only person who spoke in favor of it was Teresa Cale Smith. And literally the only reason that she gave why this is a need is, quote, we have a pool in the Greenway building and that's where the police and others do training, which means it takes it away from our kids. That was literally her only reason. If you want to build a public pool, you can build a public pool without spending millions of dollars on it and doing it way faster. Thirdly, backlash. The proposed item, aka Cop City, has enormous public opposition in the city of Pittsburgh. When similar projects were proposed in other cities, there were years and years of public backlash and protests that delayed the project by years and also increased the cost by multiples. That was years ago in places like Atlanta. This is Pittsburgh in 2025. This has enormous public opposition. Already in April at the Batongatong Music Festival, there's an enormous Stop Cop City banner displayed. I know somebody who works with the the public plan. They collect data from thousands of people. No one is saying that we need an expansion of police training infrastructure. If you're really convinced that for some bureaucratic reason this needs to contain quote-unquote public safety training, then there's no reason that it needs to contain cop training. No one wants it. There is no need for expanding the police infrastructure. Limit it to fire and EMS. In 2 weeks, please vote no on 2025-97.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emily Sawyer.
Hello, my name is Emily Sawyer. I'm a Manchester resident. Please vote no on 2025-1967. There are so many ways to improve public safety without increasing investment in police. Building new training facilities will not improve policing. The effectiveness of police training relies heavily on the content and quality of the training. Nowhere did I read that it relies on fancy newness of training facilities, warehouses, or weight rooms. And frankly, study after study indicates that police training, even targeted and intensive training, does not improve racial disparities in things like traffic stops or marijuana arrests, actual problems we have in this city. The reality is that training doesn't improve police behavior and is more often part of the problem, since it teaches cops to prioritize their own safety over the lives of others. We've been training police for decades, and it hasn't gotten any results. Insisting that the police just need to be trained even better simply justifies ever-increasing funding and support for police. It's a scam. Why would more of something that isn't working be a solution? Just think about all the proposals for reform since the murder of Mike Brown in Ferguson in 2014, and then ask yourself if it helped George Floyd. Derek Chauvin was a field trainer who trained recruits when he murdered George Floyd on camera. Officer Rolfe, who shot and killed Rayshard Brooks in Atlanta, had undergone 2,000 hours of training. Crime is not a cause of poverty and social disorganization, but a result. No amount of procedural training can improve a community's circumstances. Therefore, any effort to decrease crime must focus on ameliorating poverty and social issues that plague our city. Any investments in public safety should be further investments in violence prevention strategies that we know are working. Crime rates are down across the board in Pittsburgh, all while our police staffing is horribly, historically low. And while alternative violence prevention efforts are being increased, it's working. We know what to do. In addition to continued increases in investment for direct violence prevention, any efforts to improve community safety must include housing and services for our houseless neighbors, healthcare and mental health care for all, including our trans neighbors, increased affordable housing, guaranteed income programs, investments in true public education, and taxing corporations and the rich. What's getting results in Baltimore? Violence prevention, major increased investment in summer youth camps, literacy programs, extended rec center hours, summer schools, pools, block parties. What's getting results in Chicago? Addressing unemployment, building housing, bolstering their transportation system, investing in young people, and piloting multiple guaranteed income programs. Multiple. Investing in people is violence prevention. There are many uses for the property in question that will improve public safety without investing in police. Fire and EMT training facilities can still be located at the site. Affordable, supportive housing, addiction treatment, adult education, youth spaces and programming, and staff to actually implement these services are all better uses of our city's limited dollars, space, and resources than one single more penny to police and policing.
Thank you. Our next registered speaker is Steve Capri. Steve Capri. Come back to them. Our next speaker is Max Quinn Menard. Max Quinn Menard. We will come back. Mallory Brangan.
Hi, hello. Let me get my statement here. Okay. Hi, I'm Mallory Brangan. I live on 5158 Carnegie Street. I'm speaking in opposition to funding $1.2 million, or whatever the specific amount, to going to planning a safety training site. I believe that the facility will be used to further militarize the Pittsburgh police. Every public dollar we spend on an isolated safety training facility is a public dollar that is not being spent on our schools, on our sidewalks, on our buses, on our social support networks, all of which are underfunded and crumbling because City of Pittsburgh does not collect taxes from the nonprofit corporations that dominate our city. I read that a police spokesperson has said that the community spaces and classrooms currently used for training police are inadequate. I'd rather we build more multi-purpose public facilities that can be utilized by our police force when needed. New facilities paid for by the public should be run and coordinated with public control and input. That is to say, I want our police to remain enmeshed in community spaces for their training. If those spaces are inadequate, then I want to build public facilities that we can all use and the police can borrow when they need it. Training in a remote facility will further disconnect the police from the public they serve. Training in a remote facility will reinforce the us versus them mentality that causes so many instances of police violence against Pittsburghers. Back in June, many of us watched the arrest of Earl Brinson, a paraplegic man who was dragged out of his vehicle by at least 5 city officers. This was horrendous to watch and embarrassing for the city. Watching the police pile on top of a disabled man, grinding his body into the asphalt with an agitated police dog barking in his face throughout was very disturbing. It is this training that our officers will continue to receive at this proposed facility. Is this what safety looks like? I want to talk about police dog training. The training involved to make dogs bite and attack humans makes them too dangerous to live in a home. When a police dog who has been trained to attack people reaches the end of their service life, they are destroyed. I consider the breeding and training of police dogs who are meant to bite and attack people to be animal abuse. I do not want to expand any program involving police attack dogs. I do not want my tax dollars going towards building kennels that will put more dogs into an abusive system that they will not survive. We saw in the arrest of Earl Brinson exactly how police dogs are used to inject fear and chaos into police work. Police dogs are used to hurt us. Finally, I have a request that if this isolated training compound is not meant for militarized training, then you must add a requirement that no representative from foreign militaries may go there to conduct trainings. You must add into the regulatory language that the use of a safety training facility in Pittsburgh may not host any trainers coming from foreign militaries. This seems straightforward to me, and if you're unable or prohibited from adding such a stipulation, I think it will be very clear to the public as to why. Trainers from foreign militaries will go there to train our police in urban warfare where Pittsburgh citizens are foreign enemy combatants. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Phoebe Cook.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Phoebe Cook. I am a resident of Regent Square and a volunteer first responder. I am here to encourage you to modify Resolution 2025-1967. You are faced with deciding what use of this land will be best for the residents of the city. There are many options. I'm going to keep my suggestions within the bounds of what seems easiest under the current administration and will not require renegotiating the contracts the city has signed. I think one thing is clear. Now is not the time to be investing tens or realistically hundreds of millions of dollars into special facilities for police for 3 reasons. First, as another speaker pointed out, over the last few years, we have seen rates of violent crime fall dramatically without any expensive new police resources. In fact, during the same time, our police force has shrunk. That's just a simple fact, so we can leave that and move on. Second, this year we have seen that multiple state and local police agencies, including those who would be training at this proposed facility, are either directly assisting with ICE raids or sending the people they arrest to federal immigration detention. I have heard some of you say that you do not want the federal government to reclaim the land and use it to build an ICE facility. My question for you is, how is it better to build a facility that trains the officers who will assist ICE? If people are grabbing our neighbors off the street, does it really matter what it says on their vest? Third, we have more important priorities that still fit within the bounds of the emergency management usage the land was approved for. In the last meeting about this, Councillor Mosley wondered aloud if this facility could be primarily used for fire and EMS. As you've heard today, I think that's a very popular idea. We also have other emergency services who need more access to training and storage spaces, like search and rescue, or the social workers who de-escalate mental health crises before they can become violent. As an earlier speaker said, these are the people who actually make us safe. And as we saw just this spring, we need much more robust responses to natural disasters. Any of these seems more important than granting one single agency its laundry list of wishes. I will say there's only one thing I've heard any real justification for police needing, and that's classroom space. Apparently we spend a lot of money every year renting classrooms from CCAC. So sure, let's say cops can reserve classroom space in this new training center, just like any other group. That seems like plenty. I look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks and seeing you put some basic common sense guardrails on what this master plan will include.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dylan Knoll. Dylan Knoll. We'll come back. Matthew Cartier. Pardon me.
Hi, my name is Matthew Cartier. I'm a resident of Greenfield. About 5 years ago, on August 15th, 2020, plainclothes, armed with rifles, Pittsburgh police exited vehicles that were not marked and threw me into the back of a white panel van before driving away across the law school sidewalk at Pitt, at this intersection of Forbes and Bouquet. While I was riding away, I looked up in the van directly into the barrel of a police assault rifle, flinched, and returned my gaze to the floor of the van. These actions taken by Pittsburgh police were just a forerunner of what we are seeing today across the United States with ICE and other federal agencies. I do not think that it is acceptable to build a facility that will teach police to do the same thing that they did to me 5 years ago, that they are doing to people across the United States now. This is a city that the money doesn't have, and at the time, Councilwoman Gross, you called it a hostile abduction. Councilwoman Strasburger, we spoke personally on the phone at some length about how unacceptable it was for the police to do this. And yet we stand here on the verge of approving a facility that will allow them to do that and more. It is not okay for our outrage from 2020 to have petered into nothing. Can we truly forget that was just 5 years ago? And frankly, as I stand here, it was not 5 years ago, it feels like it was yesterday. We can resist the urge to give the police a laundry list of everything they want at this new facility. We do not have to enable the worst violent impulses of American policing by allowing this facility to be built with everything that they want in mind. The police in this city conduct urban warfare against us already, most recently in June of this, at the Energy Summit in July of this year, when they maced peaceful people for no reason at all. We must not allow them to continue to train to do this more efficiently. I will conclude by saying this. I have spent time working as a behavioral health first responder as part of a county pilot program that aims to intervene when the police are not the best suited for a 911 call. We could do anything else with this facility. We could build a massive program that was doing what I did. And I know that some of you are on your phones right now because you don't care. But this is not acceptable for us to go out like this and to spend $1.8 million that we do not have to build something that will not be used in the service of the people here. Thank you for your time, and I urge you to vote against 2025-1967.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Alexandra, and I know I pronounced it wrong last time, so I'm going to get it wrong. Weiner. Please correct me.
It's
Weiner. Alexandra Weiner, thank you.
Yeah, I am here today to present something slightly different. I know that a lot of people are excited to see what amendments you have back in 2 weeks. I think that the city does not have money to spend $84 million regardless of what gets used at this facility. We don't have $84 million to spend on EMT, as the chief of EMT actually said that there are more pressing matters for EMT than this facility. When I think of public safety in the city of Pittsburgh, I think of what I've actually seen happening in the past 2 months. And what I saw was Lee Schmidt present at a sweep of an unhoused encampment, where they threw away the belongings of the unhoused people, they threatened to arrest unhoused people. And this is public safety, right? So we're building a facility for public safety, regardless of what amendments we have on the militarization of police. If police are allowed to use this facility at all, it contributes to that public safety that I just mentioned. $84 million is enough money to fund indefinitely healthcare for every trans youth and trans person in the city of Pittsburgh, something that this council has been unable to address realistically, because there are still hundreds of trans youth in the city of Pittsburgh who have been cut off from their health care. This is dire. Like, I don't think that people on council understand the urgency and the immediacy of this problem, and you all have the ability to do it if you have the ability to direct $84 million to a facility that EMT people say themselves they don't need. I heard from a previous Speaker, that some of you appear to be on your phones or appear to not care about what we're saying, we're happy to take your seats. We would vote no on this resolution. I feel confident that every single person here wouldn't need to delay this vote 7 times or add amendments or think about it. We would just vote no, because that's what's in the interest of the people. If you want to do your jobs and spend $84 million in a way that helps the average Pittsburgher instead of helping police, let us know and we'll vote for you next time. If not, maybe not.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eliana Beagle.
Hello, yeah, Eliana Beagle, like the dog. Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. All right, so I'm a District 9 resident in Highland Park, and I have finally pulled this up on my phone. All right. It may not shock you to learn, I am also here to speak against 1967. Let's just be honest about this project. That's how I would sort of like to preface before I go into this. Let's be honest. It would cost a tremendous amount of money that we do not have, and every 6-year budget estimate, because I looked through the capital budgets for the past like 5 or 6 years. I looked through them because I'm a nerd, like I don't have, this is how I spend my free time, so thank you guys for this. But every 6-year budget since the inception of the idea is nonsense. So the most recent one has us spending $33.8 million on the training facility in 2029. And then again in 2030, spending another $33.8 million. Does anybody in this room or outside this room honestly think that a couple of years from now we are going to have $67 million to throw down over the course of 2 years on Bill Peduto's pipe dream? If you do, I've got a bridge in Fern Hollow to sell you. This thing is a money pit that is already years behind schedule, that no one but the FOP seems to even want. Even without protests from the community, I think it would probably never be built. If it were built, I have no faith that under the O'Connor administration, it won't just be the militarized urban warfare training center that Peduto dreamed up in the first place. The only reason I'm hearing for why the city has to proceed with this is that if we don't, the land will revert to the federal government. That process also takes years. It does not happen overnight. And from some research some of us concerned residents have done, it seems likelier the feds would just charge the city for the full value of the land so that we could get out of the contract rather than taking the land back. Which isn't even the worst option, in my opinion. At least we would be able to have a real discussion with the public about what we want to use the land for. But I would rather the city go back to the federal government, go to the Department of Health and Human Services, and ask them to be our sponsoring agency for this public benefit conveyance. Try to get the land use changed for homeless assistance. I'm sure everybody recognizes that is a much bigger problem than the police not having enough training equipment. Just people need homes. And it is possible. It is not too late to do this. It's not too late to go back to them and talk about it and try to get something going here and try to actually use the land for something that will.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ikahana Halmakina.
Greetings. My title is Chief Ikahana Halmakina. I'm asking you, City Council, to say no to Bill 1967. $2 million budget should be used better. Imagine a world where cops actually protect and serve. Imagine a city where cops are actually trained to de-escalate situations. In a city that is over-policed and over-surveilled, you are beginning to erode away the privacy of the people, thus ignoring the Constitution. Funds would be better put to use by providing truly affordable housing for the people in this region. Not enough resources or time or energy is being put into making this town and its resources accessible. Why does crime exist in the first place? If you address the poverty issue, I believe you will begin to see a reduction in crime. When people have the essentials in life, such as housing, food, and natural resources, you can pretty much guess how that ends. City Council, you all act as a mini Congress for the city of Pittsburgh, meaning it is up to you to decide how every dollar gets spent in the city of Pittsburgh. So stop hiding your hand and cast your vote to use these funds to improve the quality of life for the people you took an oath to serve. A pilot program to reduce homelessness in the city is what's needed. Now that's a great solution to a major problem all across this country. We need more shady trees, not more shady deals. Vote down Bill 1967-2025. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aberdeen Radford.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, it's a little bit loud. Hello, everyone. Thank you for hearing my comment. It's with great sadness that I stand up here and ask you to stop any and all bids to build a safety training facility for the police. More policing is not the answer. Reforms have time and time again failed the people. Body cameras, sensitivity training, accountability councils have done nothing to make Pittsburgh safer. The truth is that investing in our community is what keeps us safe. Any amount of millions that the city decides to pour into a training facility meant to be able to better suppress the people and their unmet needs. This money could go towards making the pools free for everyone in the city. Having open and free pools would allow those who have lack of cooling access to go and cool down in the ever-increasing drudge of the sun and the climate change. These millions could save the bus routes, which is currently running at a deficit. My bus route in Millville is set to be eliminated, which looks like it's going to happen because our state representatives are currently choosing not to fund public transit. This money could be used to make place what it was originally designed for, housing, instead of creating buildings that do not create shelter for the most disadvantaged. This money could be funneled into food banks, school meal programs, and a myriad of social services that already exist in the city. Policing do not keep us safe. Police have a reported rate of a 40% domestic violence, and those are just the ones we know about. Policing relies on our white supremacist, patriarchal, carceral system that has no regard for how people end up in such desperate situations that they allegedly commit a crime. You have a choice to invest in the people by funding projects that will keep them working and the city running. Or you could waste that money on a facility that will not make us stronger or safer, but in fact compromise the city's integrity. Invest in Pittsburgh. Expanding police powers and welcoming militarized training tells our future. We think you are too dangerous to invest in, despite the research telling us time and time again that giving people money and access to resources without strings helps them. One study showed that universal basic income increased full-time employment from 20 to 40%, which is what I know all of you want. As my girl Chief Ikahana Halmakina just said, more shady trees and less shady deals, free buses, free pools, stop Cup City, Pittsburgh. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Samuel Weiner.
Hello, my name is Samuel Weiner. I'm a resident of Squirrel Hill. I believe that's your district, Barb? Kind of? No? I'm here to speak against Bill 2025-1967, otherwise known as the Stop Cop City Bill. I did not prepare anything to say because my original plan was to laugh at you for 3 minutes, because this is ridiculous that we are here for, I believe now, the second or third time to talk about this bill, and every single time that it's been up for debate, you've seen massive public pressure against it. So I really don't know what the problem is. I don't know if you guys are not listening or if you have your own little reality in your heads, but no one is for this. Everyone is against this. It really should be the easiest decisions of your career. You are looking at a city that is now cutting bus lines and is about to close 10 schools. You're going to lose schools and bus lines, but we're going to debate whether or not we have $84 million to spend on cops. Like, we always talk about building a safer and more happy city, and you're taking away money from kids and families and parents who have to go get their jobs and giving it to the people who come and break families apart, deport people, beat people up and drag them out of their cars, or just kill them for having a broken taillight one day. It's very disappointing that all of us have to be here to continually tell you to do your jobs, or to at the very least pretend to do your jobs. But it seems that we're going to keep doing this little cycle of coming back every 2 weeks to discuss this bill that everybody is against. Reform is not the answer, because reforms have been tried before. The only answer is to defund the police and move that money over to public services. Bus lines, schools, mental health services, and housing. It is proven time and time again that crime goes down if people are fed, housed, and employed. That's all we need to do. Millions of dollars that we're always talking about whether or not we have, if you do have it, you know how to spend it. We shouldn't have to keep coming back to tell you what we think. You know what we think, you know what we're demanding. The only thing left at this point is whether or not we want you to still be on city council. So if you really don't want to listen to us, then we can make sure that you just don't have to be here ever again. That's all we'll do. Thank you for listening, and please vote no on Stop Cop City.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Zachary Michaels.
Hi. I don't have too much original to say. I am also against this alleged safety facility. I just would like to kind of point out the rather, I would say irony, but I guess it's actually extremely appropriate, that you're trying to do a good cop, bad cop situation with the implicit threat that the feds will turn this into an ICE facility. I agree with my friend Jay, that is speculative. You can't just, use the threat of, future boogeyman to do the wrong thing today. We could do so many other good things with this money. And also please promote, this plan that you're trying to push through. I love everybody here, but we're a lot of freaks. We're a lot of politics perverts who actually pay deep attention to this kind of thing. We're not necessarily the most, average person, but this should be a very group collective decision amongst the entire city with this amount of money. And apart from Ms. Gross, I don't know any council person who has been promoting this and trying to bring their community into discussion. So I think that's I would say a failure, but I think that's very intentional. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Miles Dinnan.
Hello, council members. Thank you for listening today. And thanks everyone for being here online and in person. My name is Miles. I live in Millvale. I'm not in the city of Pittsburgh, but I am still concerned about this proposed facility. I don't know about you all, but I'm scared as hell. I've never been more scared to live in this country or this city than I am right now, and I'm 46 years old. I've never felt especially protected by the police, but I know that the police protect my racial identity, appearance, and socioeconomic class. But after hearing about what happened to Cop City in Atlanta in 2023, how a task force of local and state police murdered Manuel Tortuguita Terran, a 26-year-old Latinx protester, how Terran was sitting cross-legged with their hands in the air just before the coalition members shot them over 50 times. I'm scared as hell. I don't know about you, but when I see someone walking into a space with a gun on their hip, I feel threatened, not protected. The fact that that person might be a police officer doesn't help me feel safer. In fact, knowing about such things as qualified immunity, I'm not only afraid of being shot or that others may be shot, I'm scared as hell that an officer will create a reason that they shot someone that's not actually true, because we all know that's happened before. Do you want your constituents to be afraid of police? Do you want them to be afraid to live here? If you do, then you're not practicing democracy. The proposal that a facility anything like Atlanta's Cop City, where police are militarized and trained in urban warfare, is inhumane. It will directly result in unnecessary murders of innocent civilians, because as we all know, the vast majority of people who die in warfare are innocent civilians. It almost feels like this proposed facility will manufacture crime rather than prevent it. Does anyone on this council feel like Pittsburgh is in the grip of an urban warfare right now? Like how the president said the reason that he sent over 800 federal troops to be taking over Washington, D.C. was because of skyrocketing crime, when in fact crime has been steadily dropping there for the past 30 years. If you do feel like Pittsburgh is a war zone, that might be because the people you represent don't have access to the food, clothing, shelter, income, healthcare, and education they need to survive, and transportation as well. And I don't know, live without fear? Why would you propose building a cop city when people are out here dying in the streets with no homes and no food? Why would you propose building a cop city when Pittsburgh Rapid Transit is drowning in $100 million of debt? And I know you all are saying it's not a cop city, it's to train firefighters and EMS as well, which I totally support, but these are only words so far. How can you guarantee me that the words coming out of your mouths are true? I shouldn't have to, but I implore you to stand up against the pressure and ease of signing this proposal. Set the precedent here in Pittsburgh that the rest of the country can follow, and stop investing our tax money in cop cities and start dramatically increasing investment in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kat Marquez.
Hi, my name is Kat Marquez. I'm a resident of Shadyside. I would like to urge City Council to not approve Resolution 2025-1967. Firstly, we should not spend $1.8 million of our taxpayer dollars for this construction firm, widely known to have a history of illegal surveillance of citizens, or even $80 million to construct a cop city. I don't know where we're pulling the $80 million from, but we could use that to better serve our people. As someone who comes from Fresno, California, a city that has increased police presence, I can firmly say that a cop city will not improve the lives of my community members, provide mental and physical support, or fulfill long-awaited housing and transportation needs. I think of Victoria Lee, a 26-year-old Asian American woman going through a mental health emergency in 2024, shot by police in New Jersey, and yet the police officer faces no charges. And as many of our community members have already noted, this isn't a one-off. This happens across the nation, including and especially here in Pittsburgh. As many of our community members have noted already, this is not public safety. Police are becoming more and more militarized and dangerous. Our communities in Pittsburgh deserve so much better. I thank my fellow community members who have spoken up against Cop City and will continue to show up and do so. Again, please vote no on Resolution 2025-1967. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adrian Hedge.
I am Adrian Hedge in Highland Park, and I oppose Resolution 2025-1967 in Cop City. Cutting essential services while allocating an estimated $84,000 to a Cop City campus is an egregious injustice to the Pittsburgh community. This raises serious concerns about priorities amongst city officials. We are not in a space to prevent it, or we are not in a space to have any appropriate solution for police brutality and how to prevent it through training. We all see is what is happening across the country and in DC, putting in this cop city is the first step to a police state. Do what the people of Pittsburgh want, invest that money in affordable housing that could be built on the land, literally anything else besides more police, public transportation, after-school programs, rec centers, reproductive health, elder care, housing, harm reduction, mental health. There are so many organizations that can help on this already, and they need the funding. And this also improves public safety and quality of life and prevents crime. You can't tell us that this won't become a training facility for ICE. Data centers are already being constructed to kidnap your constituents. You know exactly what this will bring to our city. There's a huge opposition to this project, ACAB.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Callie DiZabato.
Hi, my name is Callie DiSabato, and I live in the North Side. I'm here to request that Council reject Resolution 2025-1967. Under Trump, ICE now has the third largest budget of any force in the world, behind the United States and then China. We're watching this massively funded masked police force kidnap our neighbors and then arrest and charge concerned witnesses. It's happening here in Pittsburgh. The federal government just attempted to deport children, some from Pittsburgh, in the dark of night over the holiday weekend. The Trump administration is chaotically hollowing out and gutting in the US and abroad, while also fast-tracking millions of dollars to fund programs like the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, a criminal organization starving and murdering aid-seeking Palestinians. We currently have US citizens on tourist visas in Gaza, armed with armor-penetrating bullets paid for by the US government. None of this is safety, and today you're all considering spending millions on exploring a cultural project here in Pittsburgh. Lately, I've been finding inspiration in Pittsburgh's rich history of resistance. Specifically, I've found hope in learning about the myriad of ways that people and groups in Pittsburgh rose up against the Ku Klux Klan, which had a strong presence here in the 1920s. Beyond communities like Carnegie, who physically resisted Klan violence, local government and officials could also play a significant role in limiting Klan activities if they chose to. When the Klan initiated members in Olympia Park on Mount Washington before marching to Grand Avenue and burning a giant cross over Memorial Day weekend in 1922, they likely did so with a city permit. When the Klan marched from Coriopolis to and throughout Sewickley in 1923, they removed their masks after they crossed the bridge because the magistrate in Sewickley required it as part of their permit to parade. And in 1924, when thousands of men and women marched in Wilkinsburg in full regalia, wielding clubs and guns that had been provided to them by the Klan, they did so because Pittsburgh City said, no, you cannot march here, and they refused to issue a permit. In fact, the Klan marched in Wilkinsburg multiple times in the 20s because Pittsburgh refused to allow them to march here, and so they went elsewhere. The parallels between the MAGA movement and the Klan of the 1920s are remarkable, from their overtly exclusionary Americanism to the stupid names they came up with, to the absurd money-making schemes designed to enrich leaders at the top of their hate pyramid, to the apathetic ways in which local government generally responded to the real threat that they presented. Often, local government officials and police forces enabled and supported the Klan. So, how do you all want to prioritize local spending now? I'm never interested in watching you all fund a carceral project, but to do so now while the Trump administration is using militarized policing to achieve a white Christian nationalistic agenda, it seems particularly foolish. We need a local government that spends our money to actually serve and protect us, not further police us. I hope you're willing to do that today and every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pierce Johnson. Do not see Pierce Johnson. We will come back. Anita Arguella.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
My name is Anita Arguello, and I'm beginning to think that we're not living in the same streets. 1.8 million is a lot of money. 80+ million is unfathomable to most of us. What makes Pittsburgh an appealing city is the people, and the people do not need a police state. The people are not asking for more police and police supporting infrastructure. We need humanitarian aid in there, that it is starts with basic human needs being met, and then cleaning up the air and water. I stand in solidarity with all of the people here and not here that oppose this budget plan for a cop city, and ask instead that the ambition be directed towards vital lifelines that deliver essential services and basic need opportunities, because that's what this city needs. The fact that your morning meeting went overtime and that you led this meeting by saying you're aware so many people have shown up in opposition tells me you know the people of this city do not want this. So I expect you to vote no in 2 weeks. And if not, then I hope the people in this city come after your positions on this council. I stand in solidarity with all in opposition of this training facility and back up every word spoke here today. You've heard us. Vote no and invest in the people's needs and wants. And my friend Pierce Johnson, who couldn't make it here today, is in opposition of this as well, staunchly. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chad Wise.
Hi, my name is Chad Wise. I live in Manchester, District 6, and I'm here representing the Steel City Short-Term Rental Alliance, or Steelstra. I'm here today for a few reasons. One, with the September 10th meeting coming up for the renewed discussion, we haven't been reached out to. There hasn't been any public discussions announced to my knowledge, and I don't think there's been any responses to the letters and messages from many of the potentially affected hosts that have been sent in. I encourage you all to engage with your constituents, given the massive impacts of these potential bills. Two, with regards to the bills as written, I want to provide you some facts and figures. But a central challenge of this effort, reliable data, is hard to find. How do we attempt to regulate what you can't currently measure? Short-term rentals get blamed for various issues. Let's find out what's true based on data, not conjecture. So let's start with basic common sense regulations. As you know, Pittsburgh doesn't have a reliable, verifiable count of short-term rentals because we don't have an effective licensing and registration system. Depending on the sources and time of year, there's anywhere from 2,000 to 4,000 rentals across the entire city. Let's focus on knowing what we have, who has them, and which properties, if any, are nuisance properties. That's a comparatively easy step one. Rather than requiring layers of inspections, changes to zoning, or requiring multiple permits, let's focus on understanding the big picture and then determining if further action is necessary. With my remaining time, I want to dispel a few myths that I hear going around. If the goal is housing affordability, bans and near bans don't deliver. I encourage you to look at New York City's rental ban from 2023, where they banned 92% of the short-term rentals in the city. What happened is rent increases continued at the exact same trajectory before the ban, and they hit record highs this year. And apartment vacancies remained at the same 3.2% as pre-ban. What did change were hotel rates, which increased more than 10%. Additionally, many hosts lost the ability to make ends meet. Myth two, short-term rental ownership is primarily large out-of-state corporations. According to AirDNA in Pittsburgh, 42% of properties are managed by people with 5 or fewer, and over 70% are managed by people or businesses with less than 20 properties. Even those who manage large portfolios like myself, nearly all of us manage other people's homes. For example, my owners only average 1.8 properties each, and 70% of them only have one. The vast majority of us are local residents that positively contribute to the local economy by keeping the dollars here and investing in our neighborhoods. Myth three, regardless of what some people say, short-term rentals, we already pay a 14% tax rate. That's included. If we lose that money, that funds local tourism and convention business, it's gone. So in closing, with less than 1% of the housing stock in Pittsburgh is short-term rentals, we should be operating with a scalpel and not a chainsaw. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sierra Van Dyke.
Hi, my name is Sierra Van Dyke, and I live here in downtown in District 1.
I'm here today to state that I am greatly opposed to Bill 2025-1967. There is no reason this city should spend over $80 million to build a training facility for police when, according to our budget, our Bureau of Police already makes up our second largest expenditure by department. There's nothing that I can really say at this point that other folks haven't already said, other than this is really clear for all of you. There's great opposition here today, and frankly, it's really disappointing to see how few of you there are actually here. You get paid over $80,000 to be here part-time, and the average median income in our community is $65,000. We take time off of work to show up to come here and speak to all of you to tell you something you already know. People do not want this. They do not need it. They will give you millions of ideas on what to do instead, and we are spending our own time doing this while you are all sitting here getting paid, if you're even sitting here at all. This is ridiculous. You should vote no. And frankly, if you can't do that for some reason, that's further embarrassing. You should be smart enough to figure out how to get around bad contracts or deals that you might have made. If you're going to do anything, I'd rather this land go back to being nothing than continuing to waste our time and our money. This is absurd.
Next speaker is Bucky Van Dyke.
Hi, my name is Bucky Van Dyke. I live in downtown Pittsburgh, and I've been a resident of Allegheny County for the better part of 2 decades. I am here to express my strong opposition to Resolution 2025-1967. Crime is a symptom of people in need. Instead of spending millions of dollars to create a stronger response to crime, we need to be putting money directly into our communities to address the root causes of crime. This is money that could be spent on mental health assistance, food assistance, financial and housing assistance, instead of being used to incarcerate people who are turning to crime out of economic desperation and a lack of opportunity. This is land that could be used to create these opportunities, to give people affordable homes so they can stay or get back on their feet instead of forcing them to continue a life where they can simply try to survive one day at a time by any means necessary, where their freedom continues every minute at the whim of a police force who is largely uncaring to the plight of the individual and has been given the ability to incarcerate them with little consideration or reason. Funding our communities is a more effective method to combat crime, resulting in individuals who can thrive, grow, and contribute instead of being shoved into jail cells to cost more tax dollars on top of our overinflated police budget. This only results in these people, our fellow Pittsburghers, ending up on the streets again, further criminalized and unable to get stable employment and housing because of a growing criminal history they got by trying to not die in the first place, and drives them yet again to rely on illegal activities to survive. I used to be a staunch advocate for the police. I believed better police funding led to safer communities. With the time available to me, I couldn't begin to explain the things I saw and experienced that changed that, but they were plentiful, including the aforementioned incident with the plainclothes officers throwing someone in a white panel van and being tear gassed in Mellon Park over a peaceful protest at the mayor's house. Then, as I spent time with our unhoused and unemployed population, as I spent time with others getting food, money, and even sanitary supplies to those in need, I saw how so little could mean so much to an individual and make a world of difference. We take so much for granted that could change so many people's lives. The ability to bathe, having a place to return to every night, a place where you can keep your possessions, access to counseling when in crisis, food. Every dollar we spend towards surveilling, criminalizing, and incarcerating people is a dollar spent to not give them a chance to thrive. We need to be funding our community, and the police are not community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Mel Packer. I don't see Mel. I will come back. Our next speaker is Lucas Bisualdo.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Lucas Bisualdo, and up to spring of this year, I was living in Oakland as a student of the University of Pittsburgh, whereupon I had graduated with a bachelor's in urban planning. I want to make it clear that I support housing construction and training for firefighters and medics on this property. I do not support a police center in any way, shape, or form. National events have shown that we cannot afford to put our communities at risk by creating infrastructure that will fall into Trump's hands. Last month, we saw the formation of Detachment 201. This is a reservist unit comprising executives of Facebook, Palantir, and OpenAI. We are witnessing a fusion of corporate and military power that America has never seen before. Fascism is here, and in LA and DC, local police unions have not stood up against it. There are officers in the room with you now. Look into their eyes. Will they stand up when Trump federalizes Pittsburgh police? Will they stand up if this police center is used as a launching ground to take over Pittsburgh? This phenomenon is nothing new. In 2019, the Pittsburgh Jewish Chronicle released an article titled, "Local Police Visit Israel, Exchange Best Practices." Our police are not being trained to protect a community. They're being trained to maintain an occupation. They are learning the techniques that Israel uses to survey and control Palestinians and using them at home on brown, black, disabled, and poor populations. If we build a police campus, we are paving the road to fascism in Pittsburgh. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ruben Swartz.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Ruben Swartz. I live in Friendship, and I oppose 2025-1967, and I apologize for the speed in which I will speak. With surveillance and tracking at an all-time high, the National Guard ready to be deployed in 19 states, and the use of force as a means to protect the rich and powerful, it seems counterintuitive to add more policing to a country that's been tumbling towards fascism faster than the people that chase the cheese wheel down the hill. With the budget crisis, or whatever the council would like to call it, I feel as though the city would hope not to waste $84 million on something as silly as a military-industrial complex, regardless of how you want to shape the narrative to include EMS and fire, when the reality is the building will almost be exclusively used for training a police force in existing tactics that have led us to some staggering statistics. According to PoliceScorecard.org, Pittsburgh and police, compared to other cities with a population of over 250,000, are rarely held accountable for their actions. Pittsburgh police are worse than 93% of similarly sized departments' use of excessive force, discrimination, and criminal misconduct complaints. All that to say they are not being held accountable. They are in the bottom 20% of city police that use deadly force in arrest, meaning they don't use deadly force as often as some other cities, but it still happens far too often. When that happens, it is almost always a person of color. We have more racial disparities in the use of deadly force than 98% of other departments. Pittsburgh already has twice the racial and ethnic segregation as the average American city, and a police force that is in the top 3% in racial disparities in deadly force and an increasingly gentrified city police do not need more funding, and certainly do not need more officers or Cop City. We have only increased our police budget in the last 5 years, as one taxpayer alone is giving almost $450 a year to the police, with something like housing getting cut by 80% in the last 15 years, even though there's a backup of vacant and condemned homes. Especially with half the arrests being made for low-level offenses, 8% of total arrests being made for violent crime. As of 2022, Pittsburgh had an average of 28 officers per 10K residents, more than 84% of departments in similarly sized cities. The drastic decrease is of now 25 officers per 10K residents. This is all with known findings that police continue to hide substantial amounts of data from the public, the already growing racial disparities that come with the arrests police make, and 2/3 of police jurisdictions, including Pittsburgh, having increased police funding in the last 10 years, and education standards lowered with the staffing shortages. These fear-mongering articles in the news about Pittsburgh not having enough police, that we're in trouble and the impending chaos is completely delusional. The people that believe that they don't have enough power have more control over this city than most other large cities have. Council members feeling unsure about this police force is because they are not doing a good job. Just like any police force in this country, there needs to be severe changes made to every single aspect of policing if anyone should want to keep the current iteration of police. I personally do not. I'm not saying I have every answer, or even most answers, but diverting funds to schools that are closing and aiming to find a way to get the 30% of children in poverty around Pittsburgh is a better way to start. as the one known way of decreasing crime is to get as many people out of poverty as
Thank you. Our next speaker is Allison Escobar.
Hi, my name is Allison Escobar, and I'm a resident of Mount Lebanon, and I'm here to strongly oppose the Resolution 2025-1967 and the funding of Cop City. This project is not about public safety, it's about pouring $84 million into a facility designed to expand militarized policing while our communities need investment in real safety and support. Black residents already face disproportionate arrests, frisks, searches, and police harassment despite making up less than a quarter of Pittsburgh's population. This is not a coincidence, it is a pattern. And building Cop City in a black neighborhood is not an accident either. It entrenches the system of surveillance, intimidation, and violence in the very communities that have already borne the brunt of over-policing. Instead of spending tens of millions on a training facility, we could be addressing the root causes of harm, like stable housing, addiction services, mental health care, family support, youth programming, and community-led violence prevention. Those are the things that actually keep people safe. Every dollar spent on Cop City is a dollar stolen from programs that save lives, keep families stable, and prevent harm before it happens. To be clear, more police training has never meant less violence. Pittsburgh police are already trained in the use of force, and we know where that leads. Black Pittsburghers disproportionately harmed and harassed. Cop City is not a reform. It is the expansion of a carceral system that has failed us for decades and will continue to fail us if we keep feeding it. I urge you to reject this solution, to refuse to put public money into a project that will harm the people of Pittsburgh for generations. Stand with your community. Stand with your neighbors who are clearly saying, we do not need a Cop City. We need care, not cops. Reject this resolution of 2025-1967 and invest in the people of Pittsburgh, not in their oppression. So thank you all for your time, except for Councilman Bobby Wilson, who has been on his phone this entire time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jake Tovey.
Awesome. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Awesome. My name is Jake Tovey. I live in Shadyside. This is a change of pace from the topics talked about today, and I'll be brief, but I'm speaking on behalf of, as a board member of Steelstra, Short-Term Rental Alliance, in regards to Bills 2081 and 2082 on short-term rental licensing and zoning. It's on the agenda for next week. I've submitted detailed written statements supporting this hearing, or since the hearing in July, but want to highlight a few key points today, and just also want to make it clear that Chad and I with Steelstra would welcome any opportunity to speak with council ahead of next week's meeting. But I want to start by saying I fully support the city adopting a fair licensing process for short-term rentals. But these two bills, primarily Bill 2082, will have several unintended consequences if passed as written. First point I just want to make is short-term rentals make up less than 1.5% of the city's housing stock. By comparison, vacancies account for 15% of housing, more than 10 times the number of short-term rentals. So the stock of short-term rentals is just far too small to impact housing affordability. And if zoning changes are implemented, given how small the housing stock is, I feel at a minimum a non-conforming use grandfathering clause to protect the existing businesses who have acted lawfully, like myself, is necessary and a worthwhile addition given how few short-term rentals are in our city. Despite the small share of the housing stock, short-term rentals do provide a number of benefits to the city. They provide jobs, they help support local business revenue, they generate millions of dollars annually in occupancy taxes, over $5 million in 2024, excluding hotels. And they expand Pittsburgh's tourism capacity for large events. So passing Bill 2082 as written would unintentionally wipe out all of these benefits despite it being such a small share of the housing stock and wouldn't solve housing affordability. So I go into far more detail in my letters, but given there's no oversupply issue, I urge council to instead prioritize licensing and enforcement as opposed to zoning caps and regulations. A licensing process like Bill 2081, but with a few targeted and necessary small revisions, will help the city identify irresponsible hosts through noise, trash, and party violations without punishing the responsible ones like myself. This will help protect neighborhoods by holding irresponsible hosts accountable. It'll preserve jobs. It'll keep the money flowing into our local businesses as well as the tax revenue without unintentionally destroying lawful and responsible businesses or the many benefits short-term rentals provide Pittsburgh. So again, I'm more than happy to speak in person with any council members if it would be helpful at all before next week's meeting. My recent letters were sent to Councilmember Strasburger. Most of my short-term rentals are in District 8. as well as Councilmember Gross, and my contact info can be found on those written statements.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Michael S. We'll come back to them. And our final registered speaker is Yvonne F. Brown.
My name is Yvonne F. Brown. I live at 715 Mercer Street. That's in the senior citizen home, Kaylee Rivers Tires, up on Bedford Avenue. I registered to speak this morning when I came in, but I wanted to apologize to Ms. Hardwick because on the last meeting when I brought the woman that was walking with no shoes and said her boyfriend had taken her shoes and everything, I brought her down here. I gave her a bag of shoes, and when you got somebody to help her, she left, but she said, please stay, wait for me. That's what I was standing there waiting. And when I came to you, I thought you was calling, but you were talking. And you remember I got kind of, I said, I'm standing here, why are you talking? And I thought you, and so, but I went and I saw Denise. And I want to say to all of you that come down, if you have a problem, don't ask these councilmen, because they'll get so busy talking to each other, they forget about you. But ask Denise. Now, at one time when I first came down here, Denise was very nasty to me, and I did make a complaint. But she has since then treated me with much respect, and even let me know when the meetings and so on. So there are times that you may do something wrong, but if you correct it, I have nothing to say, because I praise Denise when you have a question, because I can't sometimes just try to make me like I'm the bad person, but I've seen the people that came from, I live in the Penn Hills, and there was a little place that these people actually owned. You remember it was all these women. And so they were looking through the thing, and they said, we're not here, we're not here. And I looked, and I found out they wasn't. So I went and asked Denise. Denise found out, and I came and told them that they wouldn't be seen that day. They left. That meant them people would have been sitting here through all the proclamations you had, and they were not on the forum. I come down because you just need to know that when we're in the neighborhood and you cause us to get killed, it's like I was explaining about the funeral we went to, when the white tow truck driver started calling us ends, and these babies, their grandmother was just buried. Listen to them being called names. I'm trying to explain to you that you need to respect us, especially when there's death. Because the people are really, I mean, you done lost somebody, and they lost their grandmother, and we got to be called N-words because they were coming to tow the truck, and she had bags of garbage. She said, sir, we're cleaning up. And he started calling us names. Yin's promoted because you let it be done. You don't stop it. You might not say go call him that, but if they do, he calls us names and calls the police to arrest us. Please, you must realize we are human beings. We may be dark in color, but we still bleed just like you do.
Thank you. That exhausts our registered speakers. I would like to go back and call on the names that were not here at the time that I called at first. June Weirden. Steve Capri. Max Quinn Menard. Pierce Johnson. Mel Packer. And I do see Addie Lord online. Addie, if you'd like to speak, you are welcome to. I apologize. Your name was crossed out for some reason on this list, but please proceed if you would like to testify.
Okay, thank you. It was because I was anticipating not speaking today, but I appreciate the invitation. My name is Addie Lord. I am a resident of Greenfield, District 5. And mostly wanting to speak about Resolution 1967 with the intention of kind of encouraging imagination and creative thought of what either the VA campus could be used for, whether that's within the current process that has the ball rolling or a different one. Ultimately, the idea of police training facilities, when so much of our budget goes to the police every year in the first place. And as many people have said, I'm not entirely convinced that it continues to keep the city as safe as I believe that it should. I think we all know too, hopefully, of Pittsburgh's legacy of finding solutions that maybe haven't been thought of before. We know that racist policing in the past is what helped birth the Freedom House ambulance service, where because police officers were unwilling to give Hill District or Black residents in Pittsburgh rides to hospitals, that as a community they created the Freedom House ambulance service. And it feels really important for us to follow something similar of what is it that we can create that does in fact help keep all of our neighbors safe. I wanted to say real quick too that if money is the issue, it's a concern to look at how much police cost us that doesn't go into the annual budget or planning. It looks like I couldn't get all of the numbers, but on average about $500,000 a year in liability for police brutality cases, or for police that are where the city is sued for the liability of police actions. And I think that that's a pretty important thing to keep in mind as we're looking at training, and knowing that the training that has been requested and granted over the last couple of decades hasn't meant that that number has gone down at all. So I think that just knowing that we get dividends for the community off of our investments feels far more important. If there happens to be no other option, whether continuing to kick this down the road and no longer taking the property from the federal government, whatever that might look like, is I think that looking at emergency and disaster management when we know that that's what we're going to be looking at in the next 2 decades is far more natural disasters, or making sure that we have facilities for the public, for all of, I know somebody said that having it enmeshed within the community is really important, those types of things. So amending this current proposal to include things that will help keep the community as safe as possible is, I think, of the greatest interest. And
Thank you very much. There being no further registered speakers, we will now take comments from those in the audience wishing to speak. Is there anyone wishing to speak?
My name is English Burton. I'm co-founder and deputy director of Northside Partnership Project. And I'm here to speak about 2157, but I also want to make a comment on 1997. Police officers are trained by superior people who operate the facility. I'm not saying I'm for the facility or against it. I'm just talking about, we're talking about the training of the police officers. They were trained by superiors and stuff. This council, you understand what I'm saying, controls whoever controls that facility, you know? And just like, you know, the fear of the people that they might be trained to be little tin soldiers, they also can be trained, man, you understand what I'm saying, to do better de-escalation, you know, to be more community oriented. They don't have to be trained to be little tin soldiers, you know? So the training is controlled by the people in this room, you know? So the opposition to the facility, hey, I'm not with it one way or the other. But if I was, you understand what I'm saying, I would be like train the police, train the emergency services, and train the fire department. Put them all in that facility. You understand what I'm saying? Because they all need basically the same kind of training. They all need to be more community oriented and stuff. Now, we talk about first responders. The real first responders are your neighbors. You understand that? They are your real first responders, you know? And my organization is basically a community action agency, and we are all about, neighbors. We talk about stop the violence, we talk about gun violence and stuff. It's all about the neighborhood, the people that live on your street, It's about you making your street safe. They can't do it. I spend a lot of time, man, trying to educate people, especially in the African American community, that they need to be more engaged with the police, because the police can't do nothing without your help. You want your community safe, then you got to tear down that wall of silence that's been between the African American community and the police. You got to tear it down, And anybody that know me, Corey know me, Dan, you know me, they know where I come from. I ain't got no great love for the police, but I respect what they do, And if you got a thing against the police, you don't have it when you need one, So the bottom line is this, is that, like, listen, neighbors protect neighbors. You understand what I'm saying? It's all about the neighborhood. I don't have no thing against, like kids organizations and stuff, but that's them. The people that's gonna stop the violence are the adults that live in the neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers?
Hi, I'm Honey Rosenblum. I'm a resident of Wilkinsburg, but I came to speak about the proposed Cop City police training facility. I'm here to speak out against it. Firstly, this project is incredibly expensive. The design alone is $1.8 million, and the project has a proposed $80 million budget, which is not even considering that projects like this often go way over budget. And in this city with rising homelessness and a newly slashed bus system, that's just money that we don't have. And even if we did, this would not be the way to use it. My work at the Department of Human Services has provided overwhelming evidence that the cause of street crime is predominantly a result of people struggling to survive. Using so many resources to build a massive complex for the police robs our social systems of valuable money they could be using to support people in need. Housing, transportation, access to necessary care, rehabilitation and mental health care programs, public gathering spaces, all of these help people's prospects and public safety much more than the police. In fact, the Lincoln-Leamington neighborhood, that's the training center, is the center proposed location, is in a predominantly black community, a community that has been routinely terrorized and murdered by the police. How does putting a massive police center there make citizens feel safer given such a violent history? The last point I'll touch on is what's going into the center: a pool, a gym, a shooting range, and even more. Why have these facilities, amenities that could benefit the public greatly, be the sole use of the police and yet be paid for by the very public disallowed their entry? Why throw that in our faces? It's insulting. This entire project is a robbery of the citizens of Pittsburgh and the city itself, all to create a playground for the police. I urge you to vote against this planning and eventual construction of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Any further speakers?
Good afternoon. My name is David Tessitore. Banksville's my neighborhood. That's District 2. Banksville's traditionally a large population of public safety, that'd be EMS, fire, and police. And that is my district, and again, my neighborhood. When I was on my way to the Green Party meeting yesterday after 6 p.m., I was astonished to hear the person who on KDKA radio was the host of the program saying that he wants Trump to send the National Guard to Pittsburgh's police. He wants them patrolling our streets. So anything dealing with the federal government, I do hope you are very, very leery of any arrangements there, certainly as long as this administration is as erratic as it is there. I also have to say that listening to a lot of the concerns that are here, I mean, I've had a history working with the ACL, BPEP, and others back with the Jordan Miles situation. and various issues. But I was in Washington, D.C. in 2003 and saw what happened by the police there. I was here in 2009, I think it was, with the G20 and saw the police riot by Chicago and Miami police. But I was amazed in coming back after 2003 and seeing how Pittsburgh police were so much more reserved, so much more held back in dealing with protests in Oakland. And as a recent graduate of the Citizen Police Academy, which I would urge everybody here who is complaining so much about the police, have an opportunity to go through the training to find out what exactly police are learning and their training. Because there is a very strong accent on the conflict resolution and reduction. There is strong training on that. We do have a reduced police force, which means overtime. Overtime means that police officers don't have the downtime that they need to recycle. Overtime means that we have more stressed police officers out there. So if we do have incidents arising, that can be contributing to it. I don't have a position on this particular bill. I hope to learn more. I will be happy to talk with my district representative, who I know knows quite a bit about this. And I will be having more positions on that in the future here to bring to you. So I do feel, though, that there has been a misrepresentation about what police officers are doing here. I think our police officers are much better than elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Any further speakers? Seeing no further speakers, we will move on to our standing committee's agenda. Our first committee is the Finance and Law Committee, and we have new papers, Bill 2132.
Bill 2132, resolution authorizing the mayor and the city solicitor to enter into a professional service agreement or agreements and amendments thereto with Buchanan, Ingersoll, and Rooney, P.C. for legal consulting services in connection with fiscally complex real property litigation and related matters. Amount not to exceed $75,000 over 1 year.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2132, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Affirmative recommendation. Bill 2137.
Resolution further amending Resolution 797 of 2017 as amended, effective December 28, 2017, entitled Resolution Adopting and Approving the 2018 Capital Budget and the 2018 Community Development Block Grant Program and the 2018 through 2023 Capital Improvement Program by increasing bridge upgrades by $1,203,423.48 to account for the reimbursement by Smallman Street Tax Increment Financing District proceeds of the City of Pittsburgh prior expenditures.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2137, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Affirmative recommendation. Bill 2138.
Resolution further amending Resolution 863 of 2018, effective January 1, 2019, as amended, entitled Resolution Adopting and Approving the 2019 Capital Budget and the 2019 Community Development Block Grant Program and the 2019 through 2024 Capital Improvement Program by increasing bridge upgrades by $4,117.86 to account for the reimbursement by Smallman Street Tax Increment Financing District proceeds of the City of Pittsburgh prior expenditures.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2139, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Affirmative recommendation. Bill 2148.
We have 2139.
Oh, I apologize. I do not have 2131. Do you have 2131?
Yeah, I have it.
Okay, my apologies. I will pull up a different agenda.
Okay.
2131, my apologies.
Bill 2139.
Oh, 30.
39.
39, yes. Bill 2139. I was just scrolling too far.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Resolution further amending Resolution number 840 of 2019, effective December 23, 2019, as amended, entitled Resolution adopting and approving the 2020 capital budget and the 2020 Community Development Block Grant Program and the 2020 through 2025 Capital Improvement Program by increasing bridge upgrades by $182,161.40 to account for the reimbursement by Smallman Street Tax Increment Financing District proceeds of the City of Pittsburgh prior expenditures.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2139, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Affirmative recommendation, Bill 2148.
Resolution amending Resolution 471 of 2025, which authorized the issuance of a warrant in favor of the new Pittsburgh Courier doing business as Real Times, Inc. for legal advertisements published on June 4, 2025 in connection with the City of Pittsburgh quiet titles actions for an amount not to exceed $5,156.68 by correcting the JDE account information.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none,
Yeah, I would like to ask a question about this bill.
Councilman Wilson.
Is there anyone here to speak to the bill?
It should be Director Gula, she's not here.
We just add this to the end.
You want me to have someone contact Director Gula, because that's what it's supposed to be.
Oh. No, okay.
No, okay.
No, it's all right. No.
We can work to get your question answered prior to Tuesday's
Yeah,
vote.
we'll figure it
Okay,
out.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All those in favor of Bill 2148, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Affirmative recommendation. That moves us on to invoices. Is there a motion on invoices?
So moved. Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of invoices, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Invoices are approved. That moves us on to interdepartmental transfers. Is there a motion on interdepartmental transfers?
So moved. Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of interdepartmental transfers, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Affirmative recommendation. That moves us on to P cards. Is there a motion on P cards?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? I do have one point from our Assistant Budget Director. Under PLI, there is a charge of $11,952, which is a quarterly payment of permit fees that must be made to the state. As it's over the $5,000 limit, we need to waive the rules.
Motion to waive the rules to approve $11,000.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of waiving the rules, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Rules have been waived. Any further discussion on P cards?
What was the 11,000, what was that for?
It's for the state.
Quarterly payment to the state that only allows us to pay by card.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of P cards, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. P cards are approved. That moves us to Public Safety and Wellness Committee chaired by Councilman Coghill.
Supplemental new papers, Bill 2187, resolution authorizing the mayor and the director of public safety to enter into an agreement or agreements with the Western Pennsylvania Regional Urban Search and Technical Rescue Team to administer the Type 3 Urban Search and Rescue Task Force established in Pennsylvania Act 113 of 2024 for a total not to exceed $4,480,727.
Motion to approve. Discussion?
Second.
Oh,
For discussion, Councilwoman Gross?
Thank you. I think we have people in chambers to speak to this bill. Come to the table. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lee Schmidt, Public Safety Director, City of Pittsburgh.
Brian Kokila, Assistant Fire Chief, City of Pittsburgh, Bureau of Fire.
Thank you all. So this is very timely topic, right? I know it's on the public's minds. We even heard a little bit about it in public testimony today. How do we as a city and as a county and in cooperation, improve our search and rescue capacity, our response to natural disaster capacity. This is the bill that we have in front of us, yes?
Yes, this is from state legislation that was passed. The state now has funding to expand our urban search and rescue capabilities in Western PA, and we are the fiduciary as the city of Pittsburgh for that.
Thank you. Now, I think we covered this in last week a little bit as well. But could you give us a kind of roundup of kind of like what is the situation? How bad are we at this now? And where are we trying to get to? Because it really is a new discussion for us at council. And I know that I've been talking to people who are involved with some of the citizens groups that are volunteers, who are trying to fill in the gaps that we have in our capacities. So again, just kind of reframe for us, what is this type 3? What does that mean? I think we did this recently, but it would be helpful for us to do it again. Thank you.
Absolutely. The difference between the capacity that we have regionally now, which is consistent with a type 4 urban search and rescue team, and there are typings from type 1 all the way to type 4, 4 being the lowest level of capacity. Working with the Commonwealth Legislature, they have agreed that there should exist a type 1 urban search and rescue team, which lives in Philadelphia, and a type 3 urban search and rescue team, which is essentially half of the capacity of a type 1, the highest level, live in the West in a county of the second class or in the Pittsburgh region. We have received some support from the legislature with a DCED grant, which is now timed out. We have Act 113, which passed both the House and Senate unanimously and signed by the governor into law, to recognize and identify that there is a gap that exists, and this is the start of the gap closure plan to provide highly technical urban search and rescue capacity for the citizens of the Commonwealth. The benefit that we end up with in Western Pennsylvania, and specifically the city of Pittsburgh, is that the members are comprised of organizations including Fire and EMS in Pittsburgh and Fire and EMS regionally. And the level of training that these folks will receive as members of the team creates a natural trickle down to all of the communities and raises the competency and level of service delivery across the entire region.
All right, so Harrisburg has funded us, or started to move the money to fund us to get from a level 4, which is the lowest level. We currently, as a region in Western Pennsylvania, are ranked like the lowest capacity by federal ratings for our search and rescue and response to disasters, what I'm understanding, which is bad. And so we're grateful to all the kind of nonprofit and community volunteer groups that are helping us improve that capacity, but that we're going to invest this money to get us up to a level 3.
Specific to urban search and rescue, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just specifically just urban search and rescue. How do we, where do we go as members of the public to find out more about what these federal ratings are and kind of what capacities their, Philly is going to try to achieve at level 1 and how that's different than what is level 3?
So just for clarity, Philadelphia already has in existence a federal, one of the 28 federal teams is based in Philadelphia, which also serves the Commonwealth as an urban search and rescue entity, but they're coming all the way from the east. So if you're looking at a capacity breakdown, the federal government has the resource typing library tool, which helps us define it really defines what all of those emergency response assets look like.
Thank you. When you say it's urban search and rescue only, I've also heard concern that we are, as a city council, we should be discussing our capacities for responses to all kinds of natural disasters. So again, we're not the experts here. So, my mind goes to things like...
But we play one on TV.
No, we ask as many questions as we can in order to find out the answers. How do we, house people, keep them warm, safe, dry, and fed after natural disasters.
Sure, and
Where are those capacities? And
a lot of that work lives in the emergency management department in the city.
okay,
And the plans and the execution of that is really a public safety holistic delivery model.
okay. So, can you say a little more explicitly about that? So, like, where would people be housed if there was, for example, a massive river flooding that displaced, right? In Pittsburgh, that would be thousands, not hundreds of people.
Yeah, so we do have various, and I know some of this was talked about in the post agenda after the storm, and what we're encouraging, and I know
You could, yes.
working with council to get some training for you guys to make
Thank you.
sure you're aware of what our plans are. But we do have various agreements in place with places as large as the convention center to house people temporarily if need be. We did that when Second Avenue Commons caught fire. We actually took the residents from there, and they were at the convention center for a couple days until we found longer-term shelter. We use our rec centers, we use churches, schools. There's a variety of places we work with Red Cross on that. A lot of it is working towards better public education around that, which is what we're trying to do with our community emergency response team, which is a CERT team. So that's a group that Chief Jones and the emergency management team coordinate to put residents through training to help them help their neighbors, that sort of thing.
Where would we do that kind of training?
So we do that currently do that at the Fire Academy on Washington Boulevard, to the capacity that we can handle it there.
Great. I won't go down that further. And I will also say, my apologies, I did miss the post agenda. That was one that got rescheduled. And so clearly I still have yet to watch it on YouTube, but it is up on YouTube, I assume. So great. So both citizens and myself can watch that. So it answers some of the questions that we're talking about here. Like what are the capacities? What capacities need to be added? Who's going to be adding which of these capacities? I appreciate that. Thank you.
And if I could,
do that.
sorry, council should, I believe, also has the after action review report, which does list that as
It
well.
was attached to it as an attachment to a communication via council president. Yeah.
Thank you. Is that a public document? Is that publicly available? And so is that in the legislative?
Sorry,
thing?
interrogatory
Where is the,
quickly. I happened to notice it in the regular meeting agenda last week. I've yet to click on it, but it is publicly
It's there.
record.
Thank
yeah.
you. Okay, so again, if the public didn't get that, the legislation that was already final voted last week?
Communication from council president.
Communication from council president, thank you.
Yes.
So last week's standing committee agenda was, I'm not sure exactly what the date was, or August something. So I appreciate this. Of course, I'm supportive of this bill again today, but it's always great to receive funds from the state. And so it's helpful that we have the post agenda. Thank you to Councilwoman Strasburger and the after action report. This is clearly something that we haven't talked enough about. Obviously, as we're talking about the kinds of training that citizens would need, any kinds of assistance for their own mutual aid and our own capacities to respond to natural disasters, we want to make sure that if there is, if council does decide to move forward with the site at the Veterans Affairs site, that we are ensuring that anything we need from that site is what we get out of a master plan for that site, right? For natural disaster response, emergency preparedness, and coordination with actual residents, so that they have the resources and the mutual aid training and things like that they need. Do you have any additional thoughts on?
Yeah, I mean, I think as we've talked about the VA site in the past, the biggest need we do have is for fire and EMS in this sort of capacity, especially right now. You look, fire only has the fire training facility on Washington Boulevard, which is very limited. I know you've had the opportunity to go out for Fire Ops 101 out to the county facility, which is much larger than ours. It has some of that capability of structural collapse. What happens in a structural collapse? They have large chunks of concrete and bridges and different things that we can simulate. Right now, we don't have the space to do that here in the city. So that's part of what we're looking to do with that. So.
That's great. That's great. Oh, okay. I think that answers my questions for now. We have more homework to do, but I'm supportive, of course, of this bill today as well. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilwoman Cale Smith.
Yeah, I'm just curious how this training of the public, we've already had the CERT training. Are they working together, or is it just totally different?
No, the CERT training is ongoing with, not with USAR. That's
Okay.
with emergency management.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's the same thing. We're just continuing to look to expand that. It's hard to maintain that without ongoing trainings, because folks
Yeah.
want
I'm
to
waiting
be
for them to be
involved
called
and
for
want to be
something. I thought the
interested.
storm would have been a perfect time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Chief Jones will mention this, and I'll say, we've said that in the past. Even CERT members, the first thing you have to take care of is your own, right? Because you
Right.
can't take care of others if you're worried about what's going on in your own house. So those are the things we're working through for additional training and support for that.
So just to be clear, I thought the CERT training was to get people out in the community because they're going to work in the community in which they live.
It
So,
is.
Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
I just have a photo of all the CERT people that were certified.
Yeah.
My husband's one of them. So.
Yeah, we've had it. It kind of ebbs and flows because of, fortunately we don't have frequent need for them like some communities do, but we have to find ways to engage with them more often on regular trainings so people remember they're still part of a team and, updated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2187, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Affirmative recommendation. New papers, Bill 2157.
Resolution authorizing the mayor and the director of public safety to enter into an agreement or agreements with various organizations as part of the Stop the Violence Community Grant Program. Cost not to exceed $1,748,460.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Discussion? Councilwoman Cale Smith.
Could you give us an update on what organizations and
Yeah, I'll ask my team to come up.
And did you send that? I just to be honest with you, my emails I mentioned to you I've been locked out for
Yeah, you have a list.
over a week, off and on my emails. So if people were sending me emails, I don't see them yet.
Yeah, the
They
list
just
is in
fixed
with
it.
the legislation.
Hi. 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 Oh, did you have? Okay, that's why I didn't see it because it was in an email. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I couldn't get my emails for over a week, off and on, going lost. I had to get a new phone.
Yeah, we have the list submitted to council. This is what the steering committee reviewed and approved, I believe last Monday, or 2 Mondays ago.
So Save a Life Today is getting funding? Okay. Because she was under the understanding she was not receiving it.
No, we did send an email out to everyone that was receiving funding, but we did make sure that it was clear to them that that we still had to get council approval before they would.
And who monitors
proceed
the program for success, for meeting goals? Who's monitoring it? And you're making sure that all these things are happening? Because initially, my issue with Stop the Violence was because I had an organization in my district who claimed they were doing programs that they were not doing. And finally, he admitted in front of a group of people that he was not doing the program. So for whenever you're funding something, this is something serious. I want to make sure the kids are actually receiving the promises of help that we're saying that we're going to give them.
Yes.
So you know how I feel about this. But I just want to make sure something. And then I also see that a lot of them are in Zone 5, which I know that there's not even that many. Zone 3, Zone 1, Zone 1. Are all the zones covered? Zone 6 only has 1. But yet I would, 2? They have 2. Josh Gibson. Where's
3.
Josh? Where's Josh working in District 2? In Zone 6? Where?
I think when he puts.
I know he's working in McKees Rocks, but that's not in Zone 6.
No. I think he's using some of the fields over there. I'm not.
Yeah, I'd like to get a list of that because I want to know where they are so I can tell the kids so they know that they can go there.
I'll get you that.
In the Brookline Teen Outreach, that's actually in Councilman Coghill's district, though. But that's Zone 6. And so the reason I'm asking is because you know that there's a lot of youth crime in Sheridan, and there is a lot of need there, and there are a lot of great organizations. And how many organizations did you have apply from there? Do you know?
From just Zone 6?
Yeah, from District 2, from a Sheridan area, that Elliott.
I don't know if I know the amount off the top of my head there, but
We can get you the full list.
Could you give me the list of who applied? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Pardon me, before you answer further, can everyone please introduce themselves if you haven't already?
I'm sorry.
sorry.
That's my fault. I apologize.
David A. Jones, Assistant Director of Public Safety for the City of Pittsburgh.
Solomon Armstead, Community Services and Violence Prevention Supervisor.
Ian Reynolds, Stop the Violence Coordinator.
Okay, so for me, it's just, I just want to make sure that our side town's receiving their fair share, especially given the fact that youth crime is so high in Sheridan particularly. And there have been a lot of issues with violence over there. And I do want to thank you guys because you have been there for a lot of things in the community. And Director Jones, and you've been there for events, and I've seen you there, so thank you for the work you've done. Director, you know, I call you all hours of the day and night, so thank you for always being available. But I just want to say, I'm always going to fight for the kids because there's, I don't know if you, a couple weeks ago, I think I mentioned that there was 11 kids, and I know that there's a situation about ready to explode because I talked to some of the people in the REACH program, and they mentioned some stuff, and I just think that I want to make sure that we're funding the people that are actually able to intervene and do some stuff. And one of the things I think they need is a place where they can meet in Sheridan, because they don't have a place for them to do the interventions, for them to, which Langley should be, because Langley is supposed to be a community-based school. They have all the resources there, to make sure they help REACH have those meeting spaces. And I just wish that they had a place that they can just know that they have, and not necessarily in the boxing program where a lot of the kids are already in that aren't involved in any kind of youth violence, but they need a place where they can do the mediation. And I think that there's a specific issue occurring right now where it would help them to have that place to intervene. And I do think that REACH people have done a good job in reaching out into our community, so I want to make sure I mention that.
And one of the things, and thank you for that, Councilwoman Smith, that with our partnership with Pittsburgh Public Schools, we are looking into seeing if we can use the Langley.
Yeah, I feel like our partnership with Pittsburgh Public Schools benefits Pittsburgh Public Schools. I would like to see it benefit the city of Pittsburgh and all of our residents
I'm
more
not
often,
disagreeing with you at all.
especially since they're paying for them to be
don't disagree
an
at all,
I actually think at some point we should take some eminent domain on some of their properties, because they're just not doing the things that they need to be doing in the city of Pittsburgh. And that means including with our kids. And they love to point out that they're not their kids after a certain time. They're all of our kids all the time. So I'm going to shut up right now. Bye. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you for the work you do.
Thank you. Councilman Wilson, followed by Councilperson Warwick.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair. Hello, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you explain the route that we took at the committee? Well, actually, I know in public safety to arrive at who would be selected.
So we started with, we had 7 members score all the applications. Then we scored all the applications amongst each other. Then we brought them all together because we broke them up because there were 75 total applications. Then we had 11 that were stricken because they didn't meet the proper qualification, whether it be being a 501c3 or operating inside of the city. So we struck 11. And then we ended up scoring 64 of them. And we based that. And then after that, we broke them down with a collaboration between our office and the mayor's office as well to just talk about, because even with just scoring some of the stuff with just from what people wrote in the grants, we also wanted to know some of the impact that we know some of these organizations have, with, like some people who scored the applications aren't really always familiar as like some of us down in public safety are, because we work with them on a consistent basis. So we sat with them, and we also wanted to make sure that we chose organizations that are in the zones who have high crime and also who meet all of the requirements that we want as well in those zones. Because like we want to be able to say we touching everywhere in every zone. So we collaborated with that, and that's how we came to the decision of these 39 grantees.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, because there were several cases where lower scoring applicants were awarded funding over higher scoring ones. And so I know that, I explained this in the meeting that we have, we have good evidence, or record keeping of the scoring system. And then when we move away from that, we don't have a good record of that. We don't have any record of that. So I'm wondering if that was ever done, because in the meeting, the caveat for me to vote for it was that when we come to the council table, there will be examples, or there will be some sort of written document as to why we went outside of the scoring.
Councilman, I'm not sure that I follow your question 100%, but one of the things that we've also tried to do is a said organization is not the best grant writer, but they're doing the work, and we know that they're doing the work. That is something that we kind of discussed, and I think hopefully that's answering your question. I'm not exactly sure, but that's the best answer that I can.
I guess the answer I'm looking for, is there a document that was created to explain why we went against the scoring system in several cases?
Not a document per se, because I thought we talked in the meeting, because we were trying to figure out how we could come up with that. Like, what would the basis be to even state that? Because like if we look in certain examples, like we have issues over in Zone 3 where we know there are high crime, and there's been a lot of different shootings, and we've tracked the different non-fatals and the homicides, and we want to make sure we have somebody working in that particular area in Bell-Suver. So if that particular organization didn't score high, but we know they're doing the work, they're out there, they're working with the community, working with the kids in that age bracket, and they also have intervened in different situations over there. That's someone, like, if they were to score a low score, but when we sit down and we talk about the impact that they have in that community, that's how that particular organization we would be like, we need to fund that organization. But I don't know particularly how to put together, well, I don't know, not how, but which formula you would want it to be put into a document so that we can, like, state that. I feel like it's a case by case basis. It wouldn't apply to every single person, every single situation the same. To put it in.
Yeah, we just need to document
Okay.
it. So look, we need to put that with the, just like how we have the scoring system, when we go away from the scoring system. So for instance, we had, all these organizations that were scored, and if you look at the original scoring, someone who was second to last in scoring got the funding over places like the women's shelter, which when I asked the question at the committee meeting as to why that was the case, it was said that because they're not, their program doesn't fit into, or wouldn't qualify because it doesn't address gun violence. So, I was at a loss there because we made, the rubric was made, the scoring was made in terms of how we would select groups. So, one, I didn't understand at the time. I understand it's an old rubric and it's not perfect. So we just need to explain that. So if we're going against the scoring, we need to be very clear and transparent with the public as to why we make those decisions.
Sure.
And so I'm going to ask for a hold so we can get that together so we can move forward. I'm going to motion for do you think we could accomplish that in a week?
Yeah, I think it could be accomplished.
Okay. Yeah, if we could be sent that prior to the meeting, because I think it's just critically important that as we move forward. I mean, we sat here, listened to the community tell us how important this funding is. I agree, and that's why I want to continue to fund it. But I don't want to continue to fund something if we're not documenting as to why we are moving away from the scoring system.
I don't think that we're, just to be clear, I don't think that we're moving away. I think that the scoring is a part of it, but I think what we're saying is that knowing full well what the work is that they actually are accomplishing, I think it's a combination with some of it being scoring weighed heavily, but then there is also knowing what these individuals are doing within the zones, understanding the scope of their work. And so some organizations really aren't working with our targeted population, some organizations. So it varies depending on, which one you're actually referring to. So,
yeah.
So,
I think I could be on board
understand.
with that, but we just need to document it. 'Cause
I understand.
It's just the matter of fact that there is a scoring system that we've been using, and that if we go against that, we should have criteria of why we're going against that. And I've heard some reasonings. I think some of them make sense. Some I still have questions about, but I think for especially, asking council to vote for this today, I think would be, I think it'll just be letting the public down. So let's, if we need 2 weeks, I think that's fine too. But I mean, I don't want to hold it up. I asked for this when it was at the committee meeting. I know it was said that would be done, that would be available here for council to know about. I'm not sure what would be the document that would be created, but some sort of tracking as to why we would go against the scoring, because there is a significant amount of groups that didn't meet that scoring criteria. Like it just didn't go from top score, 39 top score down to there. So I don't think I actually need to explain it, but I'm happy to wait on making that motion if other council members have.
We had Council
comments on
Member
that?
Warwick and Councilman Mosley.
And I just wanted to say one thing, because when you were asking for the document, I thought because remember we shared all the applications, all the summaries, and everything with after you requested it after me, we shared that with every council person. We broke it down and we sent it in an email. I don't know if anyone ever got to look at any of that stuff, and I think that's maybe where the disconnect was about the document. Because we kind of broke down in the summaries in those links, because we broke it down by council district and we sent it to everyone. So but like you said, we could figure out the proper way to create it.
Yeah, just to let you know that in the meeting, maybe you did that outside, you sent the different applications to different members, but I know I wasn't copying on that to different members. But either way, even if I was copying on the applications, that isn't what we discussed in the meetings, and I hope that the minutes would reflect that the caveat to my vote was that we would have a record of why we went against the rubric score. And so showing up today, I was hoping that we would have that document, because I think that there is and could be good reasoning as to why we went against that, and we just need to document that, just like we have good documentation on all the other groups.
You're just looking for a list of exceptions
Yes.
and justification for those exceptions.
Exactly.
Okay. We'll get that to you.
Thank you. We have Councilmember Warwick next.
Yeah, thank you. So my initial question, just because I've gotten a couple texts from folks who didn't get awards, and I would just ask, I'm not in a position, there's always a perception, I think, from especially community groups, right, that like because you're their council member or they have a relationship with you because you go to their stuff or whatever, that you are in the room as a member, like sort of putting your thumb on the scale. And that is not the case, right? That's why you have the committee and all of that. So it would be, for me, and I want to speak for others, for the folks who didn't get awards, I'm sure there's like a form email that goes out, but it would definitely be helpful if, and I know there's a lot of them, so it could take a little time, but like to maybe even just a phone call to whoever the contact person is just to say, hey, look, this is why, and I'm sure it's different for different ones, right? This is why, or maybe this is why we couldn't award to you, but next time around, this is the type of, you know what I mean? Like if it was something with their application or they weren't specific enough or whatever it is, right? I think that would help build, at least a little bit more, for organizations that don't, because it's always disappointing when you apply for a grant, right? You fill out a whole thing and then you don't get it, right? It's always disappointing. So if there's time to just make those one-on-one calls, that would be helpful to me, I know, for, and it also saves me having to say one way or the other, right? Because I don't know, and it's not for me to decide, right? Who gets awards. Yeah, go ahead.
So in all the emails that I sent out for the denials, I let every single person know that they could reach out to me as well in the email to let them know if they had any questions, comments, or concern about why they weren't picked. I've replied to about 8 of them so far already with that, because I think what it is they're reaching out to you. Because a lot of times they think if they reach out to their council person, they could kind of reverse it and think that way. Because I know a couple people just were like, okay, I understand, just let me know we could do better. And I've sat down with a bunch of them and talked to them about what they're doing. So if those people, like I said, I put all my contact for them, but if you want us to just contact each one individually,
well,
that's fine.
I can tell, offline, right? I can say, oh, maybe this one, give them a call. Again, not that there was anything from their part, but just for them to understand, right? As the decision making. Anyway, because if they were reaching out, then they obviously were a little, didn't totally understand why, right? Or they wouldn't have been reaching out. The other thing, back to what Councilman Wilson was asking about. So in this rubric, so if I'm understanding correctly, there were maybe some organizations that were didn't score high in the rubric, but maybe were because of their geographic location, or there weren't as many organizations in their surrounding. Is that what am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, there were some that we want to make sure every zone has a decent amount of folks for us to work with. And then some also receive funding from the city and other sources. So we, adjusted it for that. But we can, as the councilman requested, we can have that list, and then you can see each individual one that was made an exception for and in the justification for that.
So, maybe then I would also suggest for next year, well, I don't know how many there were. I guess it would depend on how many there were. So there were 75 applicants. How many total awards?
It ended up being 64 because
64.
11 got struck.
And how many total awards?
39.
30. Okay, so if 39 people, I don't know, maybe if it was 2, okay, but if it was more, maybe adjusting the scoring, right, to account for, how many other organizations are in that neighborhood, right? And if it's, if you're one of 5, then you would score lower. But if you're one of 1, right, then you would score higher. And maybe that'll help with that adjustment. Or whatever else. Or have you gotten money from the city for something else, right? Are you also getting city dollars and maybe you score lower? I'm not sure how it is, but, an adjustment to the rubric. And I guess I know that folks are eager to be able to start, sending in their receipts for these dollars, and that it is a slow process, and so I guess I would ask, I'm not against a hold per se, but I'm wondering, if the intention would be to strike people from the list, but if the intention isn't to strike people from the list and to move forward with the list as it is, from council members, I guess I'm asking, then, I don't know, maybe I would say, just get the info. Well, I'll leave it at that. That's sort of my suggestion there. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Mosley, followed by Councilwoman Gross. I know we have Councilman.
Thank you, Madam
Gross
Chair.
online.
I don't think I have too many questions, but my initial question is, how many decisions actually fall, into the category? I just want to be clear about exactly what we're talking about. Because my esteemed colleague, he characterized it as kind of moving away from, the scoring, which to me would be like a widespread where like the majority of the 39 that were funded, would fall out of the scoring, or, as you said, a case by case basis. So I want to get just an understanding of how many we're actually talking about, of ones that would fall into the category of not particularly, matching up, to, the actual scoring. So we actually know, because, we can characterize things, but if we actually know the actual number, then we can all know exactly what we're talking about, with specificity.
On the biddy side.
It would have been less than 7.
Okay. So 7 out of 39. So that's, I guess that, there's a room for debate, but that clearly is not, the vast majority. It's a smaller number of folks. And, I would be comfortable, moving forward, and figuring out between now and Tuesday, a process to take those 7, because now we're just talking about 7 specific, ones that fall out of, the scoring parameters, and not a wide spread, at least in my mind. Some may, feel free to argue, 7 out of 39, is that a large number, or not? And figure out, what, documentation, the councilman or anyone else would be comfortable with, of understanding those 7 particular instances, in which, the scoring, didn't match up, with the award. So that's basically, what I understand, so we can speak with specificity of what we're actually talking about, and not kind of in a broader, more vague sense, so that also the public can understand. So it's not 31 of 39 like fall out of the scoring, but 7 of 39. So I think that exhausts my questions for now.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gross.
Thank you all, appreciate it. I'm going to be a little bit of a broken record. You've heard me ask this before. So years ago, when you came to the table and talked about your plan for funding and had some of the mentors, I said, where are the girls and the female mentors? And it's really improved since then. We had a post agenda in May with the safe routes to schools, where you were engaging, I think, 8 high schools, and there was really great representation from girls and female identifying mentors and mentees, and it was really impressive, and I'm grateful. I don't need it instantly, but have you looked at this nearly $1.8 million in awards to community organizations by gender as well? Or can you get that to us, so that we know that in giving out, nearly $2 million of city funds to community organizations, that these aren't all focused on just our boys or just male-oriented activities, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you. I do see Trans Uniting, so I know that there's some gender and sexual fluidity there, which is great. But, I see a lot of athletic association funding and things like that. It's just jumping out at me. So we always want to make sure that we're encompassing a variety of activities when we're engaging our youth. It doesn't just have to be football teams.
Correct.
Right, okay.
And just to put it, a lot of times too, with just some of the youth organizations, females are included in the numbers with them, because there's cheerleading, there is different other things. It's not all just boys, just clear.
I just want to make sure you're looking at it, and you're aware of it, and you're measuring yourselves on it.
Yep.
So you can follow up with me. I appreciate it.
Gotcha.
Thank you. Councilperson Charland. Sorry.
Yes, thank you. So I am also concerned about having a rubric and getting away from it. Was there ever a thought of taking that rubric and after you realize that there maybe is not enough accounting for recent, we're hearing from, they're voting around 20% of the fund, or the grant winners, that didn't score high enough, that you were concerned about Chicago University to change the rubric, so that was represented. Is that a consideration at any point?
Yeah, I will say, so every time we've done these grants, we have adjusted the rubric afterwards once we see the scoring and see how it's following. We typically let them know the rubric ahead of time, so to change it after application, we tend to shy away from that. But I do think when, two things. One is, now that this is completely scored and managed in-house with the city rather than through the former foundation that was doing it with us, we have a little more control of that. And then going forward, I think we continue to improve that rubric and continue to improve, similar to what Councilperson Warwick mentioned, do we make it clear to folks if you do receive other city funding that may reduce your score? If if you're in a higher concentration of organizations, it's a little more competitive. I think we need to take that feedback and review that before we give additional money next time. But that's also part of the reason council does have the ability to go through the list, review the applications. If anybody didn't get those, please let us know. And then council does have the ability to strike anyone they feel is inappropriate. But I do agree that we need to, and we have been constantly changing the rubric to make sure it follows the mission of the grant program that everybody in the committee is focused on.
And we've always taken to heart what council has said and made any recommendations for us to do better. And again, as Director said, we continue to do better. Is there a perfect system? There is not. But we will continue to take your recommendations and everybody else's brain trust around the room to do the best we can to serve our city. And that's our main bell toll, to serve the residents and the young people of our cities. That's very important to us. Always will be.
So, there's some groups that I'm looking at that I saw funded that I'm happy to see. There's others that I heard they were not funded, and I was kind of disappointed about that. I know that the offer was made to meet with the groups and explain why they're not funded. But is the offer, we as council members find out why some of these groups aren't funded? I mean, I have one in particular that does absolute fantastic work that everybody seems to support, and the organization wasn't funded during the cycle. Can I find out why?
Yeah, we can definitely. If you want to reach out to me, let me know which group, and then I can find out. Or groups.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Well, one in particular. So, thank you. And then I guess the other question with this, I'm not sure exactly what we're calling this pot of funding for the Stop Violence Grant, but I know the bigger one is this anchor organization concept that we've been talking about. I wanted to see if we were ready to talk about when that grant might go live, what we're looking at for that. I know that in Zone 3 we're gonna have to really do some homework. We've talked to the foundations, Hilltop Alliance, about how we can kind of bundle the grant together. But I'm curious if you guys are ready to talk about that.
Yeah, that one we will be, it's in with procurement now. That's actually going through the city's formal RFP process in OpenGov. So that will be a full-blown RFP with professional service agreements with each of the organizations. I'll get you the date as to when that goes live. It should be soon, though.
Should we, in addition to the date, you're saying it's soon, what we're kind of looking at now is we don't have a group that fits into that anchor mold. So we were talking about having multiple groups apply together, but we want to make sure that we're doing it the right way. Do you have any more documentation besides just the date that it opens, so I can make
Yeah, the scope of work defines that. We typically can't release that until we release it publicly, though.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I just need to make sure that we have our ducks in a row for that for December. So.
Yeah, we are allowing both nonprofit and other organizations, for-profit or other organizations to apply for that particular grant, or not grant, that particular contract.
Contract, yeah. And I get that. I know that we will need to bundle some groups together to make that make any sense for us. So. All right, Director, I look forward to following up with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. We're still on first round. Council President Lavelle.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. One, I would prefer us not to hold for a week or two or whatever it would be, but rather move as expeditiously as possible to get the councilman the information he's requested. If it's simply a rationale for why 7 exceptions were made, that should be easy to give. I can make up an example of why that would be done, but it's really based on knowing who on the ground is actually doing work. If I'm making this up, if the councilman would submit a tremendous grant, but it was helping exceptionally smart kids crochet, that wouldn't really fit our category, despite the fact that the grant was written really, really well and scored really, really high. But if I wrote somewhat more of a poor grant, but was focused directly on gun intervention, you would say that's a poor grant. It wasn't written that well, but we actually know that he's working to save lives, and so therefore my organization may receive it. It's those sort of exceptions that we're making. I think the way my colleagues should look at this as the difference in choosing lowest bidder versus a best value contract. Lowest bidder says, oh, that's the score, it is what it is, therefore you get the award. Best value says we now have to incorporate and consider all these other factors, which is also what is going to be doing per the previous legislation that we just recently passed, per that ordinance, that is through the standard procurement process, through the RFP, what we will be doing moving forward. And so it was also an effort to try to align this with that. So aligning this process with the new ordinance that we recently passed. So I think that's how members should consider it. It's not just the score, but it is the value that is being brought to the city. Another sort of extreme example, if you're the paper supply company, but you live in Ohio, but you have the best price, I get a better value if you live in the city, even though you're charging me 1 cent more per piece of paper. So I think that's how we should look at it. To other concerns around some of the organizations that did not get funded, also just keep in mind moving forward, as part of the new structure, some of the money that is being set aside is specifically for capacity building efforts. So there were organizations that applied this time around that simply didn't have their paperwork in order, right? We can fix that and figure out ways to work with them. We can help them write a better grant. So those concerns, and even to Councilman Charlin's concerns that he just raised, I understand what he's trying to accomplish. He's trying to say, I don't have one organization, but if we bring together a number of organizations, we can all be supportive, and I think that makes a lot of sense, and we would have the capacity to help him accomplish that. I think to his question of, is there anything particular to have his ducks in order, that they would, whoever sort of the lead organization on that application would still need to be a nonprofit. So we need to make sure that was in place. But with that being said, I'm certainly confident, Councilman, that they could work to get you this rationale for the 7 exemptions by Tuesday, well, Monday evening, so you could review it. And then we could hopefully move this forward today. Thank you.
Thank you. We're moving on to second round. We have Councilman Mosley and then Councilwoman Gross and then Councilman Wilson.
Yeah, I just wanted to just mention one thought that I had that I forgot to mention earlier, is that I do think it is important to moving forward to codify the other considerations, that you raised as far as, density of organizations, track record, diversity of zone coverage throughout the city, and just incorporate that into the rubric, moving forward. Because, it is totally understandable that, you know, someone who would apply, you know, like you said, you know, obviously you can't, you know, change the rubric, you know, halfway through, but if one applied and then found out later that one of the reasons why they weren't chosen is because, you know, track record or geographic diversity around the city, making sure all zones are covered, or density of, you know, competition because of a high number of density of organizations. You know, I just think moving forward, I mean, I think it makes perfect sense, given, you know, the seriousness of which, you know, Councilwoman Kel Smith always talks about the seriousness of this work and how serious this is. I think it is important to make the right decision, you know, as opposed to, you know, being so stringent and saying, well, you know, this was a perfectly written proposal, but this proposal isn't going to save as many lives as this mediocre proposal will save. I mean, I'm always going to, you know, lean on the side of support the mediocre proposal that's going to save lives versus, you know, the well-written Pulitzer Prize, you know, proposal that's not going to save as many lives as the mediocre one. You know, I totally get it, but I think as far as, you know, process, you know, I think it is important that, you know, expeditiously we move to incorporate those other considerations and those other categories in the rubric, you know, so that, you know, everyone is in full understanding of what's being considered from folks like us who are, you know, making this decision, or some of us who not only sit on council but also sit on the committee, to the folks who are applying as well. And I'll leave my comments there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gross.
I'm not just being facetious. I'm not being facetious at all, but I am here to speak to the defense of crocheting. So handwork is really critical in mental health, right? Coping skills. It is one of the best ways for people to get out their stress and anxiety. There's plenty of space in any of these activities to add in all kinds of handwork. And it's really actually built into a lot of kind of recovery programs. So, Councilman, I'm happy to give you a lesson.
Nope. To this day, my grandma Daniel crocheted most of my Christmas gifts.
I
and I
love
still have
that.
a ton of blankets and other things that she crocheted for me.
I love that. I think it is a proud Pittsburgh tradition. I don't know how many crochet blankets I've got in my own house from my grandma. And I've been known to crochet a few baby blankets myself. So fantastic. Okay, we'll do that. We're going to bring our crochet needles next time, Councilwoman. Thank you.
Okay. I think we're on Councilman Wilson and then Councilwoman Cale Smith. As a beneficiary of one of Councilwoman Gross's baby blankets, I have to thank her for that. Councilman Wilson.
I think it was for your child, but go ahead.
Yes, my child.
All right. I have some questions that don't pertain to crocheting. So one I heard was, in terms of like what I've heard so far, was that this would be, you know, like Council President said, this would be likened to if we were to have a contract, then we would pick the best value versus the lowest bidder. And so in those instances, I expect that the city has a process where we would explain why that best value was picked. Is that the case? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's all I'm asking for here. That's it. Is this documentation, and quite frankly, it doesn't sound like we, you know, if I, you know, at the committee meeting, it doesn't feel like these concerns are actually being taken seriously, because the agreement was that we would have that documentation now and not have to wait at all. And so, you know, as someone who is on the committee, the only person that asked any questions about the funding, and apparently that seems like it's valid questions in terms of why organizations were picked that didn't meet the scoring. And then there was also an example that was given in comment here that, you know, that this is, you know, just a matter of some organizations are chosen because they are doing gun violence work and others aren't. And it is a fact that there are several organizations that scored higher in the rubric and do not do any, or their program doesn't address gun violence. And so if we know, we already recognize that the committee, the rubric is flawed because of that, because it doesn't score like literally the goal of the funds is to reduce gun violence. And so why those organizations don't score higher immediately is also an issue. It is an issue in general. Can we recognize that?
Yeah, I would recognize that. I think you know, I wasn't at the committee meeting, so I wasn't aware of the request. I don't sit on the committee as the administrator. I'm separate from it. But I'm very confident we can have that list to you Monday with those exceptions and explanations. And then I think the committee has to have a discussion and probably reviews the rubric for any future to make sure we have all those things considered in the factors.
Mm-hmm. You sure Monday? Because it seemed like there was hesitancy about even like the 1 week hold, so that's why I even said the words 2 week. I don't want to hold this up at all, but
no, I just had
the initial agreement was that we would show up and that documentation would be here, and so when we ask about different, so for instance, there is a big disparity. The ones that were selected with lower scores are Poor Law, West Side Mustangs, West End Power, Pennsylvania Flag Football Foundation, North Side Partnership Project, Abiding Missions. And so with these groups that scored lower, and some scored as low as, so the highest scores were in the 60s and low 70s, but there were ones that were picked that were 20 to 30 points lower than what was scored, some of the highest ones that were scored. And so that's what raised concerns for me. I understand that we can, I can listen to that example of like 1 or 2 cases that we covered in the committee. And so it would be great if we could recognize the need to get that done. And I would appreciate if we actually just came back to the table to understand next Wednesday to figure out the reasons why some groups were included and others weren't.
Yeah, I'll be able to have that to you Monday. Even of the top 28, with me going through here, 22 of them were picked out of the top 28, and that's just of the highest scored ones as well. Mm. So,
yeah, the concerns that I have were that there are there's no, so we have good record keeping of the committee of the scores, and what we don't have good record of was what happens after that. Who makes the determination to include the lower scoring applicants and over the higher scoring ones, and what that process was, and what the reasons were for that. So if we could have what non-scoring factors influence the final list, who made the determinations to include lower scoring applicants over higher scoring ones, and was this approach applied consistently? So with that, I'll motion for a 1 week hold so that we could have a better discussion about this next week. Motion to hold 1 week.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor? Discussion. Discussion. Councilwoman Kale-Smith.
I'm just wondering if you would be willing to hold or just vote through, and then if you don't get the information, then we would recommit, and if we make that commitment, that we would recommit it for next week. If you don't get the information, would you? I just want to make sure, because I'm not going to. If a council member wants more information, I'm never going to vote against that, because I wouldn't want somebody doing that to me. So I'm not.
Yeah, I just worry about the future of my role on the committee if my concerns aren't being addressed in a proper fashion. That's my ultimate concern here, and that moving forward, there is a transparent way that we are talking about, these contracts and how they're chosen in the future. So, it sounds like there definitely isn't the will to hold the 1 week. If you're asking, I haven't really counted it up, but I just think that we listened to several individuals the day of the, I believe it was it a public hearing? No, it was the actual bills on the table. Bills on
No,
the
there
table.
were no bills on the table.
What's
It
that?
just came down.
No, there was the bill on the table to improve
Oh,
the
yeah.
language and to stop the violence
Yeah.
trust fund.
Yeah, I
And
forgot.
so it seems like the public wants us to take this very seriously, and so I believe this is just, a matter of moving forward in that fashion. So I'll withdraw the motion, and looking forward to those details. But
And if you don't get them, we'll recommit the bill.
yeah, I
And
just
five
haven't seen
votes
this
to do it.
council operate this way in the past when we have questions, about funding that we're just moving forward without any sort of real documentation as to how things are chosen. So I'll withdraw the motion, and I'll look forward to the paperwork.
In that case, all those in favor of with the understanding that information will be given on Monday and potential motion to reconsider, all those in favor of 2157, please indicate by saying aye.
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 I'm going to abstain today
One abstention.
until you get your information.
Affirmative recommendation. That moves us on to Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, chaired by Councilmember Warwick.
Bill 2183, resolution providing for the issuance of a warrant in favor of ACV Environmental Services, Inc. in the amount of $13,729.41 for hazmat services to remediate hydraulic fuel spills from environmental services vehicles and providing for the payment of the cost thereof in 2025.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2183, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Affirmative recommendation. Deferred papers, Bill 1967.
Resolution authorizing the mayor and the director of the Department of Public Works to enter into an agreement or agreements with Henningsen, Durham, and Richardson of Pennsylvania Architects and Engineers, PC, for costs associated with the master plan of a public safety training campus and providing for the payment of costs thereof not to exceed $1,800,000 over a 2-year period.
Motion to hold 2 weeks?
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of a 2-week hold, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Bill will be held 2 weeks. Bill 2147.
Bill 2147, resolution authorizing the mayor and the director of the Department of Public Works to commit future year capital funding for an award and/or awards to Franjo Construction, First American, Wright Electric, and Wills Mechanical Contracting and Supplier, Inc. for the new construction of Fire Station 20, Medic 12 in Lincoln Place. The additional funding needed beyond what has already been allocated is not to exceed $4,450,000.
So I have a motion to amend by substitution.
Need a motion to approve
Oh,
first.
sorry, motion to approve?
Second.
And then motion to amend by substitution with discussion?
Second.
Discussion, Councilwoman?
Yeah, please, I'll have Don and the director come up.
God, I'm so glad I hated the wording.
Yeah, we had to- So just quickly, while everyone's sitting down, this is a project that has been a very long time coming. It's been funded bit by bit since 2018 for a new fire station to move the fire station in Hayes, which is like in a flood zone, up to Mifflin Road, and then also add a medic station. And in addition to that, this is a project that the community has been waiting for since the Murphy administration, and so it's, been funded bit by bit over the years. It's finally fully funded and ready to move forward. And it also includes, as part of the facility, a small community room we don't have any community center out in the 31st Ward. It's not a community center. It's, that would have been the preference overall, but this is a facility we needed, and so it was I think ultimately a good compromise for the space. So anyway, with that, I'll
yes,
see if anyone has questions or if you want to discuss the amendment.
Chris Hornstein, Director of Public Works. Don Mudrick, Manager of Personnel and Finance for Public Works. Just a quick recap. First, I want to thank Council for the opportunity to kind of clean up, right? So that's what we're doing. So the amendment by substitution, as you said, this building has been in the works for years. The renderings are gorgeous, right? One of our, the project manager on the job is a top-notch project manager. But here we are, we're just kind of cleaning up what we intended to do, which was the topic of the legislation is the construction of this new asset. So what we're doing here today is giving your approval of the not to exceed of the project there, also allowing us to enter into the trade agreements for the construction, with noting that there is 2026 funding that we're asking for, that we need to make this happen. That's already been discussed with everyone.
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to open it up if members had questions. It's a lot of money, so.
Thank you. Councilman Wilson, Councilman Mosley.
Oh, no, I don't.
Oh, Councilman Wilson and Councilman Gross.
Thank you, President. Being that it's 2 days past Labor Day, I just wanted to ask the question around how do we know that individuals that would get this contract would provide prevailing wage to the workers? Because I'm seeing at least one contractor on here that is probably non-union on their website, and I just usually when I see that, I have concerns over fair pay for workers.
Sure. I can give a general answer, and then, of course, the director can jump in. Prevailing wage is in the bid. So these contractors, and prevailing wage is set by the federal government. We are required to follow prevailing wage because we are a government and the amount of money we're talking about here. As far as a determination of whether the contractor is specifically union or not, there is a gray area of discrimination that's not that can't be a factor if they're union or not.
That's why I asked the question the way I did, because when I see
leads to discrimination.
Yeah, historically, when I see people being so proud, companies being so proud of being non-union, there's been history of worker compensation issues with that as well. So
right.
That's why I framed it that way.
Yeah, but it's in the contract and legislation, or the bid, that they have to provide.
That's why I just wanted to ensure. And then how do we? Who checks on it? Is that the controller?
Both of us. We work hand in glove with the controller's office on the enforcement of those provisions. So a lot of time that comes with certified payroll that we're able to validate whether or not the workers are receiving their fair wage as required by statute.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gross.
Thank you, appreciate it. I'm not sure if you already covered this, but I was concerned with the wording in the first draft, so I'm happy to see the amendment by substitution. How is this being redone so as to avoid that awkward phrasing in the original draft of committing future year capital funding thing? So how is the funding approval working?
Right. So the wording, the intent of the legislation is to enter into these contracts, and I think the original wording, the future spend, is what kind of got erroneously the topic, right? And that's not actually the topic, so that's why I appreciated the opportunity to clean up what the intent of the legislation was.
So we're approving the contract.
Correct.
But now it's just more in line with the normal contract approvals, even though contracts are very often multi-year. And so similarly, this is just a multi-year contract. In fact, but it's only for this year and next year. even though the funds are coming from previous capital budget years. The contract is just a 2-year contract? Or not
Well,
even?
until the building is built,
Okay.
right? But to make the entire project not to exceed a 17 million whole,
Yeah.
we're showing the 4.4 from next year's capital allocations.
Right. And that's clearly just in the new version, which I
Correct.
appreciate,
Yeah.
and which we've had gotten away from it sometimes in resolutions, and then
Yeah.
I complain. And so it's easier to see
Well,
for everybody, right?
yeah.
When it's right there
Yeah.
at the top of the language. Okay.
I'll admit to you, it seemed maybe duplicative to have you pass a law guaranteeing your funds that you're then going to go ahead and pass again. You're basically creating a law for yourself, and I didn't think
No, it's a
that was-
resolution, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Right?
you know what I mean?
And I think they're required.
Yeah.
Under chapter 161 that we do it this way.
Oh,
So,
yes,
yeah,
yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah.
But I'm saying with the legislation being about the future year's allocations.
Yeah,
like
got it,
why
right.
make
Because it's in the capital budget, right.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm
Yeah.
following along. All right,
Thank you, I
That's
appreciate
all I
it.
have.
Thank you. Councilman Charlin?
Yes, thank you. I want to echo Councilman Wilson's concerns that, you know, one of the contractors named there is one that certainly sends shivers up all our spines there. So, you know, not thrilled to see that, but I know that these firehouse projects have been on the docket for such a long time. I just wanted to see if after this one is done, are we moving towards doing other firehouses? You know, I know firehouses and medic stations are
I think his question was, is there a plan for additional firehouses after this one?
Yeah.
You went out a little bit, Councilman, so let me know if I got that right.
sorry. Yeah, my question is, what is the schedule to get on the other firehouses and medic stations after this? Is that any better?
Yes. Yeah, that's clear. Thank you, sir. Yes, absolutely. So this project, Firehouse 8, which is currently ongoing, Medic 4 that was currently completed, represented the most critical facility needs from a variety of perspectives at the individual station level, floodplain, condition of the facilities, being those determining factors. But the other stations, we do have programmed a variety of improvements at other stations. You should see those in the capital budget offerings this fall. So there should be a series of improvements that we are working on, and we're always happy to entertain that. We take those input on that from our partners in public safety, EMS, fire, police, as well as what we know to be condition elements of the building that concern us from either a structural or some other life, health, safety concern.
And with this new build here, are we going to have individual shower stalls? I know it's always a big concern for firefighters. They're trying to increase their gender equity numbers.
Yes, absolutely. It would be to the modern standard of the fire station, which would include, concerns over gender equity.
And I just quickly would add, Councilman, that during what we call the schematic phase of this project, early on, where you're designing those types of things, public safety, especially fire and EMS, were very much involved in space planning for this location and what they were looking for.
On all manner of details.
Yes.
They've had input throughout
Yes.
the entire process, including the planning of stations.
Yeah,
the
for
types
sure.
of renovations that we do.
Great. I appreciate that. I have another question kind of while you're at the table, but my office has kind of their hair on fire about this. I know in the
I believe the street sweepers are awaiting parts. The Tiger mower will be out for extended repair, as is the case. As I've kind of raised to all council members, the current state of the street sweeping portion of our fleet is of dire concern. So I have read your office's request of us. I plan on responding as soon as possible.
But, I mean, it is something I think we need to consider. If we're not going to street sweep, then we need to tell residents they don't need to move their cars. And if we can move expeditiously and try to get an answer on that, I would very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation.
Thank you.
That takes us to our new papers, Madam Clerk, which is Bill 2133.
Bill 2133, Resolution amending Resolution 336 of 2024, which authorized the mayor and the director of the Department of Mobility and Infrastructure to enter into an agreement or agreements with the Redevelopment Authority of Allegheny County for the purpose of receiving and spending grant funds in an amount of $100,000 to develop a transit plan in the West End by increasing the grant amount by $100,000 for a new total project cost of $200,000.
Need a motion?
Motion to hold for 1 week.
1 week.
The request of the councilwoman.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Bill 2133 is held for 1 week. Bill 2135.
Bill 2135, Resolution authorizing the mayor of the city of Pittsburgh and the Office of Management and Budget to apply for a grant from Pennsylvania Department of Economic Development's Multimodal Transportation Fund for the Lincoln Avenue Multimodal Safety and Accessibility Improvement Project. The grant proposal includes an ask of $750,236.69 for this stated purpose.
Motion to approve.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. Bill 2136.
Bill 2136, Resolution authorizing the mayor of the city of Pittsburgh and the Office of Management and Budget to apply for a grant from Pennsylvania Department of Economic Development's Multimodal Transportation Fund for the planning and engineering of the Liberty Avenue Main Street and Bloomfield Bridge intersection. The grant proposal includes an ask not to exceed $533,111 for this stated purpose.
Motion to approve with discussion.
Second.
Discussion, Councilwoman?
I don't need anyone to come to the table to make this meeting longer, but I do want a copy of the grant proposal. Not after it's awarded, but before it's applied, because it's been several years since we've had an update on Domi's ideas for Bloomfield Bridge. So I'll just ask Domi if you could please send that to my email. I appreciate it.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. Bill 2148.
Bill 2140.
I'm sorry, 2141.
Bill 2141, Resolution authorizing the Director of the Department of Finance and the Director of the Department of Mobility and Infrastructure on behalf of the City of Pittsburgh to enter into certain temporary construction easements in order to advance the Herndon Street landslide remediation project at no cost to the city.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion?
It's just briefly. Could you come to the table real quickly? Who's here? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you. Sorry, Director. I apologize. Let me just say, well, I'll introduce yourself for the public. Introduce yourself for the public, then I just want to say something.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Jeff Skellick. I'm the acting director for DOMI.
Can I just say, since you've been acting director, we're getting more projects moving, in District 2 that people have been waiting for a very long time, so I want to thank you for that work, first of all.
Anytime.
Second of all, could you tell me what exactly this is for? This is the Herndon Street, which it's in Elliott, and it's coming down, and people have been waiting for a long time for this.
Yes, this is for us to put out a construction contract. We need to get on the property, as you're aware. So we need the TCEs to actually get on people's properties. So these are temporary construction easements.
Okay.
So it's just temporary, it's just for us to be able to put our equipment, people on the property, to access the property, to get this hillside fixed.
And
for
do you know if people are in communication with the residents? So that
Our staff is, yes.
Okay, that's good. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you for your work on this.
Sure.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. Bill 2143.
Bill 2143, resolution authorizing the mayor and the director of the Department of Mobility and Infrastructure to take all necessary actions to acquire and secure a right-of-way, aerial easements, and permanent and/or temporary construction easements as needed, including the taking of property by eminent domain if necessary, involving the Swinburne Bridge at no cost to the city.
Motion to approve, brief discussion.
Second.
Same thing. It's
Yeah.
to get easements to get on the property.
Right. So just to clarify, I mean, I know we've
Yep.
we've discussed this, but just for the public, for the residents, that the language taking of property is required by PennDOT.
Yeah, this is PennDOT language that we have to use in our contract, in our agreements, because it's PennDOT oversight. So we have to go through the PennDOT process. And I know every time we use the eminent domain, it definitely raises a lot of flags. But again, we're not taking property for this portion. This is just for the top to look at the alignment. So this
Right.
has nothing to do with the down below the bridge, okay?
Right, and then should properties, if any property should be impacted, that is a one-on-one conversation that we have.
That's a separate
with
conversation,
property
yep.
owners, and much more involved than just a quick council.
So I guess the
vote.
easiest way for me to say it, the first one is a city-led project, so there's no words of eminent domain, and there's just an easement. The second one is the language we have to use because it's going through a PennDOT process. I guess it's maybe a better way of explaining it.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. Bill 2144.
Bill 2144, resolution authorizing the mayor and the director of the Department of Mobility and Infrastructure to take all necessary actions to acquire and secure a right-of-way, aerial easements, and permanent and/or temporary construction easements as needed, including the taking of property by eminent domain if necessary, involving the 28th Street Bridge project at no cost to the city.
Motion to approve?
Second, discussion.
Discussion, Councilwoman Gross?
Yeah, could you give us an overview, because God knows, we've got the Heron Avenue Bridge closed, we've got 28th Street Bridge kind of moving, and, people are
Yep.
all being detoured to Bloomfield Bridge, so if you could give us a little bit
I'll
of an
give you a
update.
quick little update on even Heron Avenue. I know it's not a
That'd be
bill,
great.
but,
Yeah.
so we're working on Heron Avenue. We're gonna hopefully have a work order out in the next couple weeks, for construction to get that bridge open, and we're looking to have that bridge open by the first quarter of 2026.
Great.
Okay. This bill 2144, this is to finalize the right-of-way plan. Again, this goes through the PennDOT process, so it's a more robust, more, I would say more of a language that we need to go through for like easements, aerial easements, et cetera. This project is near the end of PE phase, which is preliminary engineering, and we're looking to get this project out to bid in 2027, January of 2027. So hopefully January, February, March, we'll hopefully see construction out there in around April of 2027.
And you said it's with PennDOT? I've kind of lost track of this too. Is it dependent on like TIP funding, or is it already in there and all that
It's
stuff?
TIP funded. We have it fully funded. We did come to council already and got that approved. So we have money. We're moving forward.
Okay, great. That's good. Thank you. Appreciate that.
That's all I
Any
have.
further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. Bill 2145.
Bill 2145, resolution authorizing the mayor and the director of the Department of Mobility and Infrastructure on behalf of the city of Pittsburgh to enter into an agreement or agreements with the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation for the maintenance of safety improvements along 2nd Avenue as part of the Safe Routes to School program at no cost to the city of Pittsburgh.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. Bill 2146.
Bill 2146, resolution authorizing the mayor and the director of the Department of Mobility and Infrastructure to enter into an agreement or agreements with Vera Mobility for costs associated with the design, construction, and maintenance of the automated red light enforcement program, providing for the payment of the costs thereof not to exceed $13,977,973, with costs assessed on a fixed per-system basis and payable only upon usage, reimbursable at 100% under a 5-year contract term.
Motion to amend by substitution?
Second.
Motion to approve first.
Oh, sorry, motion to approve.
Second.
All right, now your
And then
motion.
motion to amend by substitution?
Second.
I don't have questions, but if council members have questions. This is the red light enforcement, automated red light enforcement.
You're getting dim tickets.
Any discussion on the motion to amend by substitution, Councilman Wilson?
No,
Oh,
on the regular bill.
All right, all those in favor of the amendment by substitution, say aye.
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 Any further discussion on the bill as amended? Councilman Wilson.
Thank you. So can you tell us about this bill?
I will. I'm going to actually bring up the DOMI squad for this one. This team has been working on this bill for a while now, and you guys can give yourselves introductions.
Yep, we'll start with introductions. Angie Martinez, I'm the Assistant Director with DOMI.
Panini Chaudhry, Senior Planning Manager at DOMI.
Wayne Jenkins with Vera Mobility, Director of Strategic Initiatives.
Great. So we are here today to present on an exciting milestone in the advancement of our automated red light enforcement system. So as you know, Council recently authorized the local legislation in order to enable us to go after the process of standing up a red light enforcement system in the city. We released a RFP that was very cross-disciplinary. It was written with our colleagues at Department of Public Safety, our Office of Management and Budget, Parking Authority, and IMP. These were also the same folks that reviewed and scored the proposals. We were very pleased to select Vera Mobility as our selected vendor, and are thankful for them to send a representative here today in the event that there are questions. Some important notes again about this type of program. So Vera, as the selected vendor, will be responsible for installing, maintaining, making sure that the red light cameras are working adequately. They will handle any studies that need to be done in terms of collecting vehicle information in order for us to get PennDOT approval of locations. And they will also be the ones that will take all of the data from violations, transmit it to a public safety officer who reviews the violation. That violation then goes to the parking authority. Parking authority then processes the violation and will send it out to the offender. Right now, we're here to get the endorsement to enter into the contract with Vera, but again, recognizing that this is a sort of multidisciplinary endeavor focused on using automated red light enforcement as a safety measure at certain intersections. So we're happy to take any questions that you might have, whether that's about the Arley program as it is structured, potential locations, how the program is intended to run, which is why we brought the full team here today.
Great. How soon can we see them be installed and how many locations?
Yeah, so the way the proposal is intended to work is that we will deploy in our first year with 6 intersections, and then over the course of 4 more additional years, we would add 6 additional intersections every year to bring us to a total of 30 intersections to be online within the system. Of course, we have to get through some additional integration with the parking authority. There's requirements to get permits and approval from PennDOT. But we believe that we can potentially have cameras installed by Q1 of 2026 if things fall in line as intended.
Where does the funding come from?
The funding is, we are reserving a small amount of local dollars to cover initial operating costs, but the funding is, the operating costs to run the program are reimbursable with the violation revenue. So the way this system is intended to work is that the intersections come online, revenues accrue, the parking authority will then remit back to the city to then remit back to the vendor the operating cost. The rest goes back to the state.
So the capital costs the city dollars are going into.
There
Is what I heard.
There is potentially no capital cost going into the program. In the event that violation revenue does not come online to cover operating cost, the city may need to cover the cost of operating expenses. But we do believe that by using a data-informed selection process, reviewing very carefully the locations that we are going to install, that will be able to cover the cost to run the system from the violation revenue collected.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just having trouble following in terms of the funding. So I'm seeing total 13 million, close to $14 million here.
Mm-hmm.
We believe that money will be reimbursed eventually by the tickets.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
And we've worked with the Office of Management and Budget to sort out how there's both an accounting for this as a revenue coming in as well as an expense going out to pay the vendor.
Is that belief based on like other cities that have implemented this, that they were able to recoup all the costs based on tickets?
That is, yes, our understanding is that many of these, actually, I think by a matter of just practice, these types of systems are intended to be sort of self-funded through the violation revenue.
Okay. I have some friends that have, talked in. There was an article, I guess, that came out, and they were talking in opposition to this. And they were saying, like, there should be a cop there at all times there should be a police officer at all times if I'm going to get a ticket. And they were, questioning me. And I said, well, I believe that this is going to be implemented in the intersections where there have been severe either loss of life or there has been, other injuries involved in a car accident or a pedestrian or a cyclist. And that ultimately this is a public safety concern, or a public safety measure to improve, the safety of everyone. Is that true?
Absolutely. So
the 6 intersections that were selected, can you just run through what type of?
So we have not, as of yet, finalized intersections. I can turn it over to my colleague Panini Chowdhury to talk about the initial work that we've done and what we plan to do to actually finalize those intersections.
So, Councilwoman, first of all, a cop will issue the ticket because, basically, the system will flag the violation, and then there will be actually a physical officer who will actually verify that actually the event happened or not. So there will be human component in there, how this process will work. As for the 6 locations that we have, so PennDOT has a very rigid process how the selection will happen. So you have to look into the number of red light running crash happening certain intersection. We'll also have to look into how many angle crash happen on those intersections. That's as a proxy because whenever we have the red light running related crash happen, they end up being an angle crash. So if you have that type of problem, higher likelihood people might end up being into a red light running crash. Since we are a city, we also wanted to focus on the vulnerable road user, that means pedestrian and the bicycle crash count, looking into that. And then we also check the traffic volume. We don't want to put this system in a location where we might have very small traffic volume. We don't want to put this type of system on those locations. Then also on top of that, we supplemented with something we call telematics data, basically GPS-based data. Whenever you are driving, you are doing hard braking, your cell phone data actually does track when you're using GPS. So we use that data also to better understand which corridor we are having this type of aggressive driving behavior. We try not to put it in an old signal, because the old signals are really small, 8-inch, so they have that visibility concern to begin with. So the recommendation is the system is to put in a new signal that has like a bigger visibility, and so you don't necessarily have a sightline problem when those events will happen. So we went through a detailed analysis on all those data, and we have 6 primary locations that we kind of want to try it out to see if our friends in the PennDOT agree with us. The locations are North Dallas Avenue and Penn Avenue, General Robinson and Anderson Street, 5th Avenue and Negley Avenue, Western Bridge and Route 65, Sawmill Run and Woodruff intersection, and Browns Hill Road and Parkdale intersection. That's where we had recently a fatal crash. So these are the 6 locations we...
Those 2, I knew they were lying.
These are the 6 locations we have in mind. So we will go through a PennDOT process. We send all this data to them. They can take up to 2 months to review all this information and confirm those locations. And based on that, we will definitely update the Engage page so that everybody can see those locations that are coming in.
Okay. So how are those intersections chosen? Based on?
Yes, based on red light running related crash, angle crash, vulnerable road user crash, traffic volume, whether the signal that we have it's new, and also making sure that the heartbreaking driving behavior data, that whether we have that type of trend happening on those intersections.
What was the last thing you said about behavior data? What was the
heartbreaking behavior? So
heartbreaking behavior.
Yes.
I thought that's what you said. I didn't know if this was.
Come for a ride with me, I'll show you.
I didn't know if this was a romance.
Heartbreaking, breaking. Not
heartbreaking.
Yeah.
So this isn't a romance novel. This is what I'm talking about.
Our systems are getting really smart. Like the newer vehicles, they have GPS built in, and they collect all this data. So you can use them as a proxy to better understand how people are driving certain roadways. So we also utilize that data for this identification.
Okay.
But in addition to all that, safety analysis that we do to really justify that there's a present issue at the location, we also have the guide rails and the oversight of PennDOT, who has to approve the location. There's parameters about how much yellow time there needs to be. We have to install signage to make sure it's very clear that as you're approaching an intersection, there is camera enforcement for red light running. Under the state and local law, we are required to run a 60-day warning period for the first location and then a 30-day warning period for every subsequent location. So this program is meant to tackle the issues, the safety issues that occur from red light running, not to, to capture, violation revenue. We are doing this for the purpose of solving for red light running and the types of crashes that happen. Between 2019 and 2023, we had 750 crashes due to red light running, and 7 of those were fatalities. So this is a real safety issue, and this is why pursuing this system has been the work of the Vision Zero working group.
I will say, in full support of this, it is, there's some states where you go through and it's like stressful when you actually follow the rules, but you still see like a camera flash, when it's still green, and you're like, oh my gosh, like, are they gonna send me a ticket? Like, it's just, you're driving in the state, and so I'm just curious on like how they, I don't want to know now, but.
So I
Oh, no, I don't want to take up time with that. I was just saying that's just a stressful moment whenever like I understand it's going to be reviewed and everything. So who is going to administer that at the parking authority?
It will be the parking authority as the system administrator. They will either need to utilize existing staff, or they may elect to hire a specific administrator. Those are conversations that the parking authority will have. We took advantage of Wayne Jenkins from Vera Mobility, who made the trip from Frederick, Maryland, to be here today, to also meet with the parking authority today, because that partnership and integration between the red light camera system and the images to the parking authority is so critical. And to your earlier point, Wayne's company runs these types of systems throughout the United States, and could, I'm sure, elaborate on the way these systems are structured within Pennsylvania.
Sure. I mean, this is a very important bill. This would change the way that people drive in the city. Maybe even pedestrians feel safer in the city. And so it would be good to get some insight on this, because when you're on the turnpike, they're not taking, I'm not seeing a flash. It's not creating that. For me, it's a little stressful. Like, when you think something's trying, like the automated device is going to send you a ticket for something that you're like, wait a second, I didn't, this is still green when I'm going through, it's still taking a flash. So could you explain how this will actually be implemented, literally when someone's driving, what their experience would be?
Yes, no problem. Yes, and again, I'm with Vera Mobility. So Vera Mobility actually administers the Turnpike program as well. So you're less likely to see a flash because the workers have to be present when we're administering and issuing violations. So they're going to be present more during the daytime than the nighttime. So that's why you wouldn't see a flash would be less likely. If you go through there at night, though, trust me, I've seen it. It wasn't me. I just want to state that for the record. But I have seen the flash. As far as red light violations, there's things that cause what we call false triggers. And sometimes it could be the vehicle straddling or on the stop bar, right? Because everything's based on the stop bar. And we understand that there's requirements sometimes at some intersections where it might be line of sight might play an important part as far as a vehicle inching out to make sure, hey, there isn't a vehicle coming, and I do not want to have an accident or whatever it may be. So there are business rules that are developed to ensure that in those instances, if someone's making sure that they can see around the corner and making sure they're in a safe position, those violations won't be issued. There's also times where someone says, hey, I stopped, but there might have been another vehicle that committed a violation, or they're changing lanes and committed the violation. So that's why the process, as it were, there's business rules that are based on what the law is and what's required from the city, and then based on those business rules, we have reviewers that review every violation and ensure that based on those business rules, a violation did truly occur. And then that's why we also send it to a police officer who will review the violation to also confirm that a violation transpired, and then also the PPA. So there's multiple layers in the process to ensure that a violation did occur. Our technology identifies the lane where the violation transpired, and there's also a video which everyone doesn't have a 12-second video, but we do, so that you could truly see what transpired on the roadway.
Okay.
I've had family members where they called me and said, hey, I got a violation, a red light ticket, and I haven't ran a red light in 50 years, or I've never been pulled over. And all I do is say, hey, take the violation, give me the number, we pull it up online, and then we watch it together to get that confirmation that a violation did truly occur. So there's multiple steps, and there's processes that make sure that if someone receives a violation, the violation occurred, and there's supporting evidence that they could go online and see to confirm that this violation did truly transpire.
Okay. Yeah, I never received a ticket, and I can only chalk it up that it was actually someone behind me.
That's right.
that something happened, because it, But anyway, I was just recognizing the flash was pretty significant. So maybe it was, I don't know, in the time when it wasn't as bright, but you could definitely see it even if you weren't the one that was violating. So that will still be the case. The flash would still happen.
That's correct. There's been multiple instances where someone stops in the through lane, but they capture someone who turned late in the left turn lane. All those instances, because it's one camera capturing 6 lanes of traffic, or up to 6 lanes of traffic. Okay. So it's hard to concentrate on what you're doing, and then the camera can capture what everyone's doing, but it's hard as an individual driver or commuter.
Thank you. Do you have the contract with the school district?
a contract with the
The school district has cameras on their buses.
No,
And-
we do not have we have that capability, but we do not have that contract.
Okay. Because
That's
I know
good
there's
for
some
you.
current, what's that?
That's a good thing for you.
Yeah, I was just asking because
Maybe it's a contract I need to
people
have.
also people were also bringing concerns to me about that system, and that they've actually. So if you're familiar, like it's when the bus stop sign is out on the bus, if you're moving and there's a camera that will take maybe it's video and pictures of you as well. And then there's been like thousands of tickets have been issued, and from my understanding, and then there has been constituents of mine who have went and fought the ticket and won, and that the camera was. Anyway, I don't want to speak out of turn, but
Yeah.
they just claim that they have won the case, and that the bill was like extremely high, and that just following it through. The process, they had like some other, it wasn't like a local judge, it was some other judge. And so it's great to hear, what the process will be here. So we're clear on what that process is. And I'm still looking into what the school's process is, because some constituents have reached out, concerns about how they weren't in violation. They actually won it, but they still got the bill, and took some time to get rid of the bill. But anyway, thank you. I don't know if there any further questions. I'll just listen to what you have to say and let other members speak, but it's a pretty important bill, and want to make sure I had got some answers to some of my questions.
No, I
Thanks.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Smith?
Yeah, mine's just real brief. First of all, I was glad to hear Woodruff and the West End.
Solid Grove.
Yeah, are both in there, just because I do know that there's been a lot of accidents there. So I'm glad that they were on there. But I do have concerns about the whole enforcement and the whole red light thing. I have received a ticket once from Virginia, and we didn't even know we were there, and then we fought it, and then they said it could have been something like where it flashed or something. It was years ago, when we didn't really have it. So they did throw it out, but it took, it was from Virginia. And so much time had gone by, we didn't know, did we run a light, did we not? So just so you know, they're all over Virginia now. But I also think that it's the enforcement that we're lacking that makes these necessary. And it's hard to say that we're taking traffic, pedestrian safety, bicycle and riding, all those things seriously when we're allowing the burnouts to happen across the city of Pittsburgh the way that we are. When you see what's happening up on Grandview, they've knocked out utility poles, they've knocked out a fire hydrant, they've, wrecked into different things, and some of the people that have wrecked came down Woodruff Street and died in those vehicle accidents. I think maybe one was a motorcycle, I can't remember. So if we're really serious about traffic safety and pedestrian safety and cyclist safety and all those sorts of safety measures so that people can commute safely, then we should be doing something about the enforcement of the burnouts across the city of Pittsburgh. They've happened on bridges, they're happening on Grandview Avenue, which has 2 million visitors, and our own residents that live there and have to deal with that every single week. It's happening, and we've done minimal things here, minimal things there, but we need a serious response for that area, for Sheridan, Crafton Heights, Westwood. There's a business on Noblestown. It was a car wash that had allowed people just to shut down a street, and said that they said that they claimed that the car wash owner gave them the right to do that. So it's those kinds of things that are happening that makes me feel like we're going to spend $14 million, but yet we can't just do the enforcement of every single day, every single week that's happening in the city of Pittsburgh. So I might abstain today on this, but I do understand that there's a need for it. I really do. And for some type of enforcement. I just don't know if this is the answer to it. But I also know ignoring what's happening every week in our city is not the answer.
If I could respond.
And it's not Domi's responsibility, so.
Yeah.
I mean, give me a response, but I'm going to probably respond back.
Yeah. Well, I'll just say, for the sake of sharing the information, one of some of the additional benefits that come along with this automated enforcement is that it is, predictably and equally sort of enforced to anybody who's going through that intersection. The other thing that it does is it doesn't require a police officer to be there on the ground, which ideally means that that person can be out performing other public safety duties. This has been, I think, one of the reasons why public safety has been, part and partner of developing the RFP and looking at the proposals, because they see that this is just another tool in the toolbox that maybe frees up some additional resources. The other thing about the violation revenues that come in, all of the cost for operating the program, so that $13 million is all eligible for reimbursement through violations. So as long as we collect more in tickets than that cost, there is that extra money. It gets remitted back to the state, and PennDOT will reserve half of it and prioritize it to come back to the city of Pittsburgh in the form of transportation safety grants. So it will actually, on the other side, of the coin, potentially bring in some additional dollars for us to make safer streets through other places. So again, it's just another tool in the toolbox.
I'm going to respond, but thank you for that explanation. But I do want to say that I think it's great you're getting extra tools, but if you're not enforcing the laws that we currently have, you're not helping. So all this is for naught, really, to be honest with you. And as I mentioned, some of these people are the very people in these accidents that we're talking about. So I think it's great if the red light cameras work, and I do think that they do work, because I noticed my husband stopped a lot more in Virginia this time, okay? So I do think that there's some benefit to them. But my concern is that we're not enforcing what we need to. And it's actually not something we can do locally. So it's my understanding from talking to different officers, it's actually a state or federal law that needs to change, or something to that effect. I don't want to give misinformation, but it's my understanding that the law is that we can't chase people, but because somebody could be inadvertently hurt, through the chase or something like that. But people are being hurt by not chasing it. So to me, enforce the law and maybe it would slow it down a little bit. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Umar. Got Councilwoman Gross and then Councilwoman Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll also try to keep this brief. I think one of the first votes I ever took at Pittsburgh City Council was for red light cameras, which was back in like December of 2020 or 2013 or something like that, right? And we never got that pilot program. And part of the reason maybe that I'm hoping we don't incur here is that there really are two sides to the debate, because there's plenty of thought pieces out there worrying about citizens' privacy. We have to worry about, data, protecting people's privacy of their information. This isn't like our traffic light systems that were just kind of microwaves that were detecting a car. I mean, this is an actual video or just photo? Still video and photo of your car and your license plate. So I'll want to see, and we've been in session since 10 in the morning and it's nearly 6, so I don't think we have adequate time here to be briefed on how that data is stored. We've had previous problems with, I'm sorry to say, DOMI contracts with tech companies where we didn't have access to the data because the contract wasn't structured correctly. And that tech company was like, no, you can't have it, it's our data, and we're keeping it. And that is since I've served here, and when I first started, DOMI didn't exist, but then we did expand. And so that is, there are many things to look at for accountability. I see that this is an operate and maintain type of contract, which I usually vote against because it is a type of privatization of public operations. But I do see that the state has ensured there be some safeguards, which is, unlike the Veolia contract at PWSA, there isn't a kind of per, a share of each infraction. So that avoids the incentive for a private operator to fudge those citations or to incentivize them to issue maybe more inaccurate ones. So we want the streets to be safer And so, like, in the last 10 years since we've talked about this, the problem is that the streets have just gotten less and less safe. People are just driving so damn badly. And that this, you know, there have been times for policy to kind of catch up to minimize the problems with this kind of privatization contract. So I'm going to vote in support today, but I would like to maybe get some follow-up about how we minimize those problems with the privatization of operations and protecting our citizens' privacy and securing the data. So again, this is, you know, we've struggled with these things before in different kinds of contracts, right? We have data storage costs for body-worn cameras and things like that you know, we weren't anticipated, frankly, when we first entered the contract. So yeah, we don't have the capacity, I think, to like get all the information and absorb it in this session. But and I am supported today, and I just would I'll be looking forward to hear that you've anticipated some of these problems and have answers to those questions. Thank you. That's all, Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Ward.
Yeah, just briefly to respond to Councilwoman Smith's comments, I agree with you entirely, and this isn't for you all, but it is something I plan to talk about at our budget hearings with the Bureau of Police, and I'd like to work on legislation because I want to start to see, because I've asked numerous times for the Bureau to be doing basic, you know, people running red stop signs. Do you know what I mean? Just basic stuff in the neighborhoods, you know, not at 3 o'clock in the morning, not, you know what I mean? And not with the goal of, you know, finding out other stuff that maybe the driver has done, just simply, you know, and so I would really like to start getting, and I haven't seen it, right? I haven't seen, and it is the most requested thing, at least in my office, from people is, can we get some, you know what I mean? Can we get some enforcement at this stop sign or that stop sign or this, you know what I mean? And I'd like to start, you know, every month, the Bureau comes to community meetings and they give us those stats that say, like, you know, this many break-ins, car break-ins, and this many whatever, like, you know, there's the various calls throughout the neighborhood, and they never talk about traffic stops. So I would love to get, as council, a quarterly report citywide, by neighborhood, by street, by district, whatever, of, you know, the, like, what are we getting off these red light cameras, and also, you know, what are we getting from the Bureau of Police in terms of traffic stops, whether that's, you know, warnings, actual citations, that this stuff needs to be documented. And also my understanding from the state, which is a frustration, is we cannot use radar. That's what we can't use. And it's very frustrating because that's, of course, the fastest way to catch someone speeding is by radar. So
they have to drive to
our
Hillsborough.
officers have to like paint lines on the street and then use this. I mean, it's really just use a stopwatch. I would love to see that changed at the state level. I don't know, you know, I don't know.
Work with people on that.
Right. But at any rate, so that's something I would really like to see, is more transparency from the Bureau about the work that they are doing in tandem with DOMI, because we are spending a lot of money on traffic calming and all kinds of things, and on police. And so, you know, all of that together. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilman Moses.
Just real quickly, thank you, and I'll definitely be brief. I know that the day has gone long. My first quick question is it standard procedure that, you know, a parking authority or a similar entity, you know, plays a role in this, you know, and not just like the police department working, you know, directly, you know, with PennDOT? Is there a particular reason why the parking authorities is a part of this collaboration?
Yes, there is a specific reason. So the reason why we were so keen to partner with the parking authority on this is because they already have an established system for sending out tickets. They also already have a traffic court, which then means that they can handle any appeals or adjudication. So it actually is a marrying of existing, you know, resources and services with the new technology. So yes, that is the reason why we elected to go with a system that brought the parking authority on as partner.
Okay, and then my second question is like looking, you know, at the total amount column in the amendment that Councilwoman Councilwoman Warwick shared with us, the total amounts increase every year. Is that just anticipated, more tickets at the Six Lights, or is this anticipating a proliferation of the system beyond 6 cameras?
So I want to make it very clear.
And if so, how many by 2029?
I want to make it very clear that what we are paying, the basis for payment to Vera Mobility is not at all based on the number of citations issued.
Okay.
It is based on the number of intersections and cameras that we have installed in the city. So there's no incentive for, getting X number of tickets because, that money then goes to the vendor. It is based on number of cameras. So the cost per intersection per month is $12,600. And because we're proposing 6 cameras in year 1, the cost is, the math is a little bit prorated because we're talking about a partial year here. So we'll go with 2026 when we hope to have 12 cameras online. So 12 cameras for 12 months of the year is $1.8 million of operating cost, which we expect violation revenue will cover in order to pay the vendor. So you see the cost every year going up because we're presuming that we're going to keep all of the intersections that we installed in year 1 and year 2 online, and then add additional 6 intersections in year 3, 5, and 3, 4, 5. So that's why you see the cost going up. However, we will be monitoring the system. The idea is that, behavior may change and maybe the frequency of the red light running doesn't happen. So if we elect to take a camera out of the system, then we no longer pay those costs. So what you're seeing is sort of the maximum not to exceed cost of Vera's operating expense based on our plans to provide a system of 30 cameras built out over 5 years.
Mm-hmm. And just my final question is related to the fact that I'm really excited to hear about Penn and Dallas. The Penn Avenue corridor, which I represent, is definitely one of the most dangerous corridors in the city. So if I would run the red light through Penn or through Dallas, it'll capture both?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. And just to be clear, the intersections that Panini shared today are ones which have been identified. We still need to get PennDOT approval, and so we do. It's where we're starting, but there might be some things that change.
And one quick last thing, because I know I'm belaboring. Does whether a street is a state road, does that have anything to do with that? Have any bearing on what's selected, or if it gets chosen, or what the decision obviously rests with PennDOT?
So at this moment, the 6 location that we actually have a mixture of city, county, and state road in there. So we don't necessarily have any restriction on that, but the only thing is this location needs to be approved by the PennDOT before installation. Okay. So there might be some change might happen, but the way the code is written, there isn't any restriction on that. Okay. Any city of a second class in any roadway, we can use this.
Okay. Thank you. That exhausts my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilman Wilson?
Thank you. Could you let me know if there is a reduction in car crashes, and I guess that would be any sort of accidents that would happen in intersections, whether it's this city, whether it's cities in this state or other states where they have put in red light cameras and it has improved the amount of crashes, the amount of deaths that have come from the amount of injury. And if you could just send that to me, because this meeting is going long, but if you could just send it, if that's true, and send me that data.
It is true, and we'll make sure you get that data.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Wait, I just want to say, I said I was going to abstain, but I'm going to vote yes.
Affirmative recommendation. That takes us to Land Use Economic Development Committee, which is chaired by Councilman Wilson. Our one deferred paper is Bill 1938.
Ordinance amending the Pittsburgh Code, Title IX, Zoning Code, Article 1, Introduction and Establishment, Section 90203, Zoning Map, to rezone parcels from R1 DM, Single Unit Detached Residential, Moderate Density, to P, Parks District, from R1 DH, Single Unit Detached Residential, High Density, to Parks and Parcel 50C350, from RP, Residential Plan Unit Development, to Parks District in the Garfield neighborhood.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. New papers, Bill 2149.
Ordinance amending the Pittsburgh Code, Title IX, Zoning Code, Article 5, Use Regulations, Chapter 911, Primary Uses, and Chapter 912, Accessory Uses, and Article 8, Review and Enforcement, Chapter 922, Development Review Procedures, all to amend outdoor retail sales and service primary and accessory uses.
Motion to hold 4 weeks discussion.
Second.
I was requested, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was requested from the administration to my office to hold this bill and 2150.
This is 2150.
This is 2149.
That's 2149.
Oh, I apologize.
Oh, I thought it was 2946. Which one were you on?
Okay.
Like instead of public hearing for
No,
public
no.
hearing, we're gonna hold 4.
Yeah, I got you. It's a long day, sorry. So, all those in favor of a 4-week hold for Bill 2149?
Aye.
Aye.
And then Bill 2150.
Ordinance amending the City Code, Title VII, Business Licensing, Article 3, Sales Businesses, Chapter 719, Vendors and Peddlers, by repealing Chapter 719 in its entirety and replacing it with a new Chapter 719 to update Pittsburgh's vending program.
Motion to hold 4 weeks.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The bill be held 4 weeks. Madam Clerk, can we read Bill 2152, 53, 54, 55, and 56 all together? They all need help.
Bill 2152, Resolution Providing for the Designation as a Historic Structure under Title 11 of the Code of Ordinances, that certain structures known as the Ross and Aspinwall Pumping Station, located at 900 Freeport Road in the Lincoln-Leamington-Belmore neighborhood, 12th Ward, City of Pittsburgh. The owner of the property supports the nomination, and there is no cost to the city. Bill 2153, Resolution Providing for the Designation as a Historic Structure under Title 11 of the Code of Ordinances, that certain structure known as the Rachel Carson Bridge, also known as the 9th Street Bridge, spanning the Allegheny River in the North Shore and Central Business District neighborhoods in the City of Pittsburgh. The owner of the property supports the nomination, and there is no cost to the city. 2154, Resolution Providing for the Designation as a Historic Structure under Title 11 of the Code of Ordinances, that certain structure known as the Roberto Clemente Bridge, also known as the 6th Street Bridge, spanning the Allegheny River in the North Shore and Central Business District neighborhoods in the City of Pittsburgh. The owner of the property supports the nomination, and there is no cost to the city. Bill 2155, Resolution Providing for the Designation as a Historic Structure under Title 11 of the Code of Ordinances, that certain structure known as the Andy Warhol Bridge, also known as the 7th Street Bridge, spanning the Allegheny River in the North Shore and Central Business District neighborhoods in the City of Pittsburgh. The owner of the property supports the nomination, and there is no cost to the city. Bill 2156, Resolution Providing for the Designation as a Historic Site under Title 11 of the Code of Ordinances, that certain site known as Shenley Park, located in the Squirrel Hill North and Squirrel Hill South neighborhoods, 14th Ward, City of Pittsburgh. The owner of the property supports the nomination, and there is no cost to the city.
Motion to hold each of those bills for a cablecast public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All bills have been held for a cablecast public hearing. That moves us to Recreation, Youth, Senior Services Committee, chaired by Councilwoman Smith. Bill 2134.
Resolution authorizing pursuant to Chapter 210, acceptance of gifts to the city of the City Code, the mayor and the director of the Department of Parks and Recreation to accept a donation from the 14th Ward Youth Baseball Association of a Mastodon engineered batting cage system and foundation concrete to be installed at the Frick Park ball fields, valued at $20,000.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion?
Can I defer to the council member for the hearing?
Sorry, I was not paying attention.
14th ward.
14th for donation of a batting cage.
Oh, I mean, I'm good, yeah.
I'm good too. I didn't know if you needed to say anything.
No, that's fine, yeah, thank you.
Councilman Mosley?
Yeah, I just want to, give a shout out to the 14th Ward Baseball Association for the donation. I know the 14th Ward Baseball Association very well. They were my longtime rival, as I was a longtime coach with the Squirrel Hill Squirrels, and actually our most bitter rival in baseball is the 14th Ward. So I'm a little jealous that this isn't up at Blue Slide Park at Letterman Field, but that's right around the corner, and I could definitely kudos to the 14th Ward. I've coached a lot of 14th Ward kids on my travel team, before I took office, and a lot of 14th Ward kids play with my son at Alderdice. So, and kudos to them. I'll be giving them a shout out. But yeah, it's a great organization, and not as good as Squirrel Hill. We definitely had some wins and had some losses with them, but it's good to see investment in the great game of baseball, which has such history, in this town, and the more investment that we can have in young people playing a whole variety of sports. But for me, baseball, is special to my heart. I think it's, the greatest sport ever invented, but, that's just me. But this is great to see, because, batting cage, this system is going to be a great addition. I know it's going to be put to great use over there at Frick Park.
Thank you. Before giving up baseball, my son played for both 14th and Squirrel Hill. So, Councilman Moore?
Yeah, just to thank also 14th Ward Baseball and also all of our baseball teams. I mean, they do so much work, like keeping our fields, our DPW teams as well, right? But just so much work keeping our fields going, and really just making the spring and summer a great place to be. I'm partial to Greenfield baseball, but
We had some battles.
Oh, yeah.
I got
Still
some wins
waiting
over
for the
there.
lights to be turned on at Leslie Field. Anybody out there?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. That takes us to Innovation Performance Asset Management and Technology, chaired by Councilwoman Gross. We have, I believe, one paper, Bill 2140.
Bill 2140, resolution authorizing the mayor and the director of the Department of Innovation and Performance on behalf of the city of Pittsburgh to enter into an agreement or agreements or amendments thereto with E+ Technology, Inc. for a voice-over internet protocol unified communications platform to implement convergence of systems to support citywide communications, cost not to exceed $2,100,000 over 3 years.
Motion to approve, brief discussion?
Second.
Thank you all. I don't know if council members have questions, but I am supportive today, but we do have members from the committee and the chambers from the department.
Anybody know what it is?
Sorry, I'm good.
6:15, anybody raises their hand, I'm stepping on them.
Councilman Wilson?
He's gonna
Does
do
anyone,
We have two representatives.
yeah, could someone just explain what voice over internet protocol, unified communications, UCAAS is? And why the A's are lower, no, I'm kidding. What is this? What is Bill 2140 trying to accomplish? Yeah, like what the product is.
If you could put on your microphones and introduce yourselves.
Am I on? Thank you. Thanks, Gwen. Jackie Rowden, Assistant Director, INP. Gwen Moore, Assistant Director. There you go. Gwen Moore, Assistant Director, Business Technology.
Let us show you how that technology works then.
Yes, thank you. The AV Club. This is UCAS or CCAS, UCAAS or CCAAS. It's Unified Communication as a Service, or Contact Center as a Service. What it is, it's a replacement for our telephony, our current telephony. For Twilio, that's used by the contact centers, 311, the service desk, finance, PLI, and then the instruments on our desks that were made in 1996.
All right. Sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once here.
Sorry.
What is the, so what does this do? Voice over internet?
So this will replace the instruments on the desks, the
Okay,
old
on the desk,
telephones.
yeah.
And it will replace the short-term solution that was implemented during the pandemic for our contact centers at the city.
Mm-hmm.
It's a system called Twilio,
No, I remember that, yeah.
right? And it was intended to be short-term, and so 5 years in, we're hoping will be the end of the short term. So this will, for example, allow people to contact our contact centers as well as anyone with a city telephone number by chat, as well as phone, so we can take chat inbounds from our constituents.
Oh,
from
my
the public.
retiring in just the right time.
It's a feature you can turn off, right?
Yes, yes, you certainly
this,
can.
This, I don't actually know where the chat will come. What do you? Let's just.
So
all
for,
I want to know right now.
For 311, for example.
All I want to know is right
311,
now.
they could chat.
What's that?
For 311, so you could chat with them instead of just
okay.
calling.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll have to figure out. So new phone system, and the other contract is ending.
Essentially, as Jackie identified, the technologies that we use is from 1996.
1996 Twilio.
There are 1,500 other telephone lines, all the lines on your phone and what have you. Those are all deployed using copper and analog service. Now that's no longer supported in the industry.
Okay.
They use fiber and voice over IP or different internet-based communications.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Different internet-based communications. The services that we have now and the foundation that it's built upon is no longer supported in the communications industry.
Okay. And this was the lowest bid.
This was the lowest qualified bid.
There were 17 responses to our RFP, 5 finalists, 2 that we asked for best and final, and we saw presentations from all of them.
All right, thanks. I think I got the gist of it. Just to put the one for
Yeah. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
I want to go back to Councilman Wilson's committee. Bill 2149 was held for 4 weeks, but it needs held for a public hearing. So they would like to hold it for the public hearing first, and then if we have to hold, we'll
Yeah.
hold.
Do we have to read the bill again or no?
Motion to reconsider.
Second.
I can't make it.
Yeah, motion to reconsider.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Bill 2149 is back on the table. Now, the motion to hold for a public
Got a
hearing.
motion to hold for cable cast public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Bill be held for cable cast public hearing. Now we're at our last committee of the day, Intergovernmental and Educational Affairs Committee, chaired by Councilman Mosley. First bill is 2129.
Resolution adopting plan revision to the City of Pittsburgh's official sewage facilities plan for 2854 Smallman Street at no cost to the city.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation, Bill 2130.
Resolution adopting plan revision to the City of Pittsburgh's official sewage facilities plan for 901 through 903 Liberty Avenue at no cost to the city.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation, Bill 2131.
Resolution adopting plan revision to the City of Pittsburgh's official sewage facilities plan for Project Willow at no cost to the city.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. Last bill, Bill 2142.
Yes. Bill 2142, resolution providing for a reimbursement agreement or agreements with the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission to recoup yearly costs associated with the city's participation and attendance in the member planning agency participation services at no cost to the city.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Bill 2142 has been received an affirmative recommendation. Therefore, we have exhausted the business of this meeting. Is there anything from members?
Let's hope we could stay a little bit later.
I don't have the meeting announcements in front of me, but I do know we will meet for our regular meeting of council next week on the 9th. And then we'll go from there. So, motion to excuse absent member and
So
minutes
move.
to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.